Good morning, everyone. If you could find your seats. Good morning. It's August 8th, 2024. I'm going to call the business meeting of the Governing Board of the South Florida Water Management District to order. First on our meeting agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Colonel Roman, would you like to lead us in the pledge? If you could all please stand and face the flag. Thanks, Colonel. Good morning. It's nice to see you all here. Vice Chair Wagner and Mr. Martinez are not going to be able to make it today. Mr. Steinley will be participating remotely. Board members, I'm going to ask you to make sure your microphone is on and you please speak into the microphone so everyone online can hear you. Members of the public on Zoom who wish to address the board may use the raise your hand feature. If members of the public are having any trouble and need help, please go to our website, sfwmd.gov, and click the Ask Us button at the top of the page. If you're using a phone and you'd like to comment, please press star 9 to raise your hand and star 6 to mute and unmute. As a courtesy to others who wish to speak, members of the public are asked to comment only once on each topic. We'll take public comment first from those who are here in person and submitted a comment card, followed by those who raised their hands on Zoom. Now we're going to go to employee recognitions with Executive Director Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, very happy to announce that our August 2024 Employee of the Month is Tebebe Deselegne, Section Leader, Operational Hydraulics. So we have been talking about the NAVD conversion for a while now, and we recognized recently the team that put together that conversion from NGVD to NAVD. As a reminder, you're still knee-deep in water, but now you know exactly how far your knees are above the sea. But the team, you know, it was 2,500 stations, 1,500 gauges, IT, communications, a lot of work. And it took that team to do it. But what every team needs is a solid leader, particularly for a project that takes about 10 years and has so many moving parts. And if you don't get it right, it has ripple effects throughout because we need, for whether it's a planning, analysis, assessment, no matter what we're doing, we need to know how deep our water is, right? And so now we can compare it, you know, to permitting. Everything is on the same playing field. But really, there was a lot of moving parts, and it takes that leader that can stick to it for the amount of time it took to do it, pay attention to every detail, communicate on every piece of it, make so many decisions on so many different factors to make sure at the end of the day it all comes together and produces the product we needed. And Tebebe was there to make sure it happened. And so really, while we recognized the team recently, I think we have to recognize the leader of that team. That is why we're recognizing Tebebe as our August Employee of the Month. Thank you, Tebebe. August 2024 Team of the Month is our Public Use and Recreation Team, which consists of Mike Cheek, Dan Cotter, Brian Garrett, James Harbaugh, Haley Moore, Justin Nolte, and Kimberly Willis. So, every quarter we have a recreation forum, and this team is there, engages all of our stakeholders interested in recreating on our lands, and the engagement is intense, and the district, I am so proud, is responsive to all those engagements, and it's because of this team. And if you ever listen into that meeting, you hear folks talk about how much they value this group of folks at the Water Management District. They get so much done. We've put new STAs into public recreation. We've got new FEBs coming online. We are building stuff everywhere and modifying stuff everywhere, and they're responding. New boat ramp down on Tamiami Trail to make sure recreation can continue. It's a constant churn, and this team is always there. But why we're choosing this month to recognize them as the Team of the Month is because of two recent events. One, the Florida Paddling Trails Association presented the Water Management District with the 2024 President's Award to the Water Management District. Incredible achievement. This is a statewide organization, Florida Paddling Trails to the South Florida Water Management District. Also, like a month later, the Florida Airboat Association presented the agency with the Agency Airboat Enthusiast Award. That's because of this team. 2 awards in a month time frame from statewide organizations to the South Florida Water Management District. Incredible work, incredible responsiveness. That's why this team is August Team of the Month. Congratulations. Yes, you get to go. Well done, guys.
Congratulations, Justin. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Congratulations, Dan. Thank you.
All right. We have a 25-year service award today, Mr. Chair. It is for Bram Sharkian, Lead Environmental Scientist, Coastal Ecosystem Section. So Bram came to us in 1999, and he went into the water quality section. And Bram has been, he started there doing as a supervisor, basically planning, designing, implementing, and assessing all the environmental monitoring efforts to support resource management and environmental restoration. And so he's been in that monitoring program for a long time and knows monitoring in the South Florida Water Management District, knows how we do it, knows the ins and outs of every little piece of it. But in 2004 to 2007, he went into Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands, first as sort of the monitoring lead environmental scientist, but then in 2007, he became the ecological project manager for Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands, which really included everything from initiating monitoring activity, conducting site investigations, assessing project restoration benefit, writing annual compliance reports, providing recommendations for refining operations through adaptive management, and implementing those recommendations. And he gets to report. Every time I put him on stage, he gets to talk about the restoration we're seeing, the ecological benefits we're seeing from the Deering Estates restoration project that's been completed down there. And shortly he'll be able to report on the other 2 projects because we're finishing those next year, right? So Bram gets to be here. He gets to see this all come to life and really be able to brag about it, and he does it very well. I love watching his presentations. And so thank you, Bram, for your 25 years of service. All right. Okay. Another 25-year service award for Joel Arietta, Superintendent of Clewiston Field Station. You might know Joel. So Joel came to us in 1999, and he came straight into the job of Assistant Supervisor at the Clewiston Field Station. You know, he didn't just get promoted to supervisor of Clewiston Field Station. His career took a little winding road, but in his first stint there as assistant supervisor, he saw the operations of STA 5 and STA 6 come online. And after that, he actually took a stint over in Okeechobee, right, and did some supervise that field station for a bit. And then he became the bureau chief in 2006. And so he was in charge of district operations, district-wide operations, starting in 2006 as the bureau chief, which included not only O&M throughout the district, but also SAP integration and fleet and flight. And so as he was doing that, and then he got promoted again. He was division director over field operations and water land management, where he got to enjoy all of those benefits as division director, including the benefit of managing Hurricane Irma. So, which he did extremely well. We all know Joel. He is that go-to guy that we really love to interact with. He is right now back. He followed his heart, right? And he went back to Clewiston to be the superintendent back in Clewiston in 2019. And so, you know, now he gets to not only supervise the operations of the STAs over there, but now a new C-43 reservoir, maybe a new EAA reservoir and stormwater treatment area, BOMA, Lake Hicpochee, all of Restoration Strategies, C-139 FEB, which is coming online. There's no shortage of work for Joel. But the one thing I want to say about him is when I'm interacting with landowners out west or in the Clewiston area, they all know Joel, right? And they'll call Joel and say, Joel, I got this issue. And Joel knows exactly what they're talking about, and he is so responsive. And he supervises a shop that's extremely innovative, too. You need a little pump station? We'll go build it for you. That's what they do, right? It's an incredible person. Thank you so much, Joel, for your 25 years of service. All right, now we have a 35-year service award. Tom Colio, Section Leader, Water Supply Bureau. So Tom came to us in 1989 as a senior science tech in the water use permitting, and he spent 27 years in water use permitting. Man, when you spend 27 years in water use permitting, you go through some thorny permits, and I know Tom did exactly that. And he knows probably every single consumptive use permit in the water management district. But then he took all that knowledge and he went over to water supply planning. He did that in 2016, and so he's been there ever since, seen 10 water supply plans get adopted through that time frame, which is great to have Tom doing both the permitting and the water supply planning, because he knows every stakeholder you could know when you're doing that kind of effort. He knows DEP very well, he knows local governments well, utilities, tribes, ag interests, environmental groups, he knows them all. And when you're doing water supply planning and water use planning, you need to know all those, and Tom really does that, and he's such a valuable employee to have in that regard. So he's our in-house historian. If you need to know something, call Tom. Don't call me. No, that's not going to work. Call Tom. But I also want to point out that he is joined by his daughter, Samantha. Great name for a daughter, by the way. And she actually also works at the district. So our Bring Your Kid to Work Day is paying off, right? So she's in our STA Veg Management group. And so I know they have frequent debates about whose job is harder. And I can't really solve that debate, but I can tell you which one is hotter, and that's Samantha's. All right, thank you, Tom, for your 35 years of service. One more. All right, this board meeting, I get the opportunity to present to you a Good Samaritan Award. We have another Good Samaritan Award this month, and that is for the Indian River Kayaker Rescue. That is Ryan Carr, Ashley Colon Batista, and Nevada Wagner. So, this team was out doing their water quality monitoring in the Indian River Lagoon, and they had finished their collections, and they were headed back to the ramp when they looked over across the lagoon and saw a person in a life jacket floating there calling for help. And so they set their schedule aside. This time it's okay. They set their schedule aside and went over to check, and he needed rescuing. So they pulled him in the boat. Apparently he was kayaking in his kayak. He was with a local camp with some kids, and his kayak started taking on water. So he told the kids to get back, and he got out of the kayak so he wouldn't burden it. But then the current got him, right? And it took him away from his kayak, and he couldn't get back while the kids were back safely. So they were there. They pulled him out, took him back to the ramp. He reconnected with the camp, and I know he was very grateful. So thank you for taking the time to be a Good Samaritan representing the South Florida Water Management District, and come get your award.
Thanks very much for that, Drew. It's very easy to be proud of our employees. So now we'll move to agenda revisions. Molly, do you have any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Discussion agenda item number 26 was revised.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to agenda item abstentions by board members. And I'll start with Mr. Bergeron. Do you have any abstentions?
I do. I'm abstaining from voting on discussion of item number 25. I may have a direct or indirect financial interest in various companies which own real estate in the subject area. I have previously abstained from these reasons on July 14th, 2022, relating to this project.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Ms. Needs?
No, sir.
I have none. Colonel Roman?
I have none.
Thank you, Mr. Butler.
I have none.
And Mr. Steinley?
I have none.
Thank you, Mr. Steinley. Mr. Steinley, we'll go back to you for the audit and finance.
We, Audit and Finance Committee met on the 11th of July. I guess first I want to thank Mr. Bergeron for joining the Audit and Finance Committee board with Ms. Meads and myself. So appreciate that, that commitment of time. Ms. Weinberg started with a treasurer's investment update. This is as of May 31st. The investment strategy was to maintain $5 million in the operating account each day and invest all excess cash into overnight money market funds with an average yield of 5.2%. That's versus 1% that we get in the operating account. So we want as much money sitting in that higher yielding account as possible. So the Treasury Department continues that, that plan. This strategy offers us daily liquidity to fund operating expenses while maximizing our return on cash. Maintaining liquidity is very important as we are spending at a higher rate than previous years with projects that we have in operation and in development. The district's total interest earnings through the end of May was $9.4 million, and the portfolio balance was $397.3 million, with an investment allocation of 70% invested and 30% in cash and cash equivalents. Mr. Behrens then shared the Inspector General's audit report and presented two audit reports for the committee's approval. The first was a monitoring review of construction change orders. The objective of that review was first to assess whether change orders negotiated during two review periods were negotiated in accordance with contract terms and conditions. Secondly, to verify cumulative change order amounts relative to the original contract amounts. And third, to compare the change order percentage to industry benchmarks. The review found that for both review periods, change orders were properly input into eBuilder, authorized appropriately and accurately calculated, that the change order average percentage for the first review period ending September 30th of 23 was 12.1% with all contracts considered and 4% with two outlier contracts removed. And for the second review period that ended March 30th of 24, it was a 19.2% with all contracts considered and 4.8% with two outlier contracts removed. The percentage for both review periods was within industry standards with those outliers removed. He then presented the audit of land sales proceeds, where the objective was to determine whether surplus land sales proceeds were adequately accounted for in accordance with applicable laws, rules, regulations, and policies. The audit found that overall, the district had adequate process in place to ensure that surplus land sales proceeds were adequately accounted for. And the audit had 4 recommendations, all of which management concurred with. Final item was the audit services contract, where the Inspector General presented the results for the request for proposals for audit services, the authority to select the independent certified public accountant to perform the annual audited financial audits is delegated from the governing board to the Audit and Finance Committee. 4 proposals were reviewed. They were ranked by an evaluation team and presented at the publicly noticed meeting. Of these 4 proposals, staff recommended Markham LLP, which had the highest ranked proposal with a score of 423 versus the next highest score of 390. The committee went on to discuss the ranking considerations. While Markham's proposal was the least costly of all 4 proposals, cost accounted for only 20% of the overall ranking, so they performed highly on the other factors. We discussed reference checks performed on the firms and the key staff that would work with the district, and we discussed the timing and flexibility for transition to a new firm. The Audit and Finance Committee voted to approve the selection of Markham to perform the district's annual financial audits. And that concluded the July 11th Audit and Finance Committee meeting, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Mr. Stanley? Thanks very much, Jay. Move now next to the approval of the minutes from the July 11th meeting. Does anyone have any changes to those minutes? Can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair, to approve the minutes.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Without further discussion, we're going to call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Meads. I'm going to vote yes. Colonel Roman's
Yes.
going to vote yes.
Yes.
Mr. Butler and Mr. Stanley?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. We'll go down to the Executive Director's report. Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you all recall that the state legislature appropriated $150 million infusion to update and rebuild the aging flood control infrastructure in the South Florida Water Management District. I'm happy to report that they have approved our spend plan, and we have signed the agreement with FDEP to access the funds. So all the hurdles to get those funds have been cleared, and we are now ready to spend them and update our flood control infrastructure. I want to take a moment to thank Governor DeSantis and the legislature for recognizing the need and making the investment for the 9 million people of South Florida. The sustainability and future of South Florida is absolutely dependent on us upgrading and rebuilding this flood control system in South Florida. So thank you for that. Later on in the agenda today, we will talk about Western Everglades restoration with respect to the Water Resources Development Act of 2024. But the other project we have for consideration for WRDA 2024 is the Lake Okeechobee Component A Reservoir. That's the above-ground reservoir north of Lake Okeechobee. Headquarters is finishing up their review. We have provided all the information they need, so they're wrapping that up. It will be with Secretary Connor this month for his approval, and once he approves, then it goes over to the administration for their approval for submission to Congress for their consideration of authorization. We've been talking with all parties, and we're optimistic that it will make it into WRDA 2024. We all know that Lake Okeechobee needs this Component A reservoir, and the estuaries need this component that are connected to Lake Okeechobee need this reservoir. So we are absolutely committed to getting it authorized, and I really want to again thank staff for pulling this together on such a quick pace so it could be considered this year for authorization. Just so you know, the Python Challenge kicks off tomorrow. So, and then it ends on August 18th. So I just wanted to say good luck to all the participants. Remove as many as you can. Everyone's a winner if you remove pythons. And so let's get busy. And our staff are there to support this challenge, and they'll be there until August 18th, making sure that these pythons get removed to help our Everglades. The last thing I have, Mr. Chair, and by the way, I just got back from Scotland, so this would be a wee report for you today. So the Kissimmee River was recently restored, and there was Congress authorized a study on whether to consider it as a wild and scenic river, so wild and scenic river designation. It just got restored, so the district, indicated that we were not interested in that designation right now. But the study is going to happen. And so we wanted to make sure that all the stakeholders had a chance to engage the National Park Service for that study, because this will be a National Park Service designation. And so the district is helping facilitate the stakeholder engagement with the National Park Service to make sure that there isn't anybody left out during this study. So we are hosting a kickoff meeting for the National Park Service here in the auditorium on September 18th from 9 to 12 to make sure that everybody is heard on this study. So that's what I have for you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any comments or questions for Mr. Bartlett? Thanks, Drew. We're now going to move into our first public comment period. If you're here to comment on a specific agenda item, we ask that you hold your comment until we reach that item on our agenda. This comment is for general comments not related to agenda items, and we appreciate everyone's help in running an efficient meeting. Public comment for consent agenda item is item 12 on the agenda, and public comment for discussion agenda items will be heard after each presentation. The public had an opportunity to provide written comments prior to this meeting. We did receive a couple of comments, right?
We did not receive any e-comment, however, we did receive a few letters
Okay.
to the board,
Thank you.
which were printed and provided for you at your seat.
Yes, thank you. So is there any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We'll begin with Ben Olson, followed by Mike Elfenbein.
Good morning, and to specify, I'm speaking about my FOIA requests, which you guys received earlier this week. I'd like to start with a quote. Previously, there were a lot of stakeholders that were given a platform that, in the Seminole Tribe of Florida's opinion, should not have been granted. How will input to the project be divided between the key stakeholders so that objectives of the project are met and the public is kept in their proper role? That was Kevin Cuniff when he was an employee of the Seminole Tribe on behalf of the Seminoles at the WERP Restart meeting. I finally got my FOIAs, at least they're starting to come in. This project was nearly identical to the landowner design, despite us having no knowledge of the initial 2016 modeling, and it was deviated due to Seminole demand. In April of 2018, the Seminole representatives became hostile, saying that the tribe has the most to lose and that they are a key stakeholder, not just any other stakeholder. At the August 2018 meeting, the Seminoles first demanded the plugs in the North and West Feeder Canal, and Seminole Representative Lisa Madej pointed out that the Kissimmee Billy Pond was a problem. She stated that the pond was a pinch point where water doesn't pond and that regularly floods over that road. It's an outright lie. It is not a misrepresentation. Since my great-grandfather built that road in 1963, there's never been a single day it's flooded over. The claim that it doesn't pond is disputed by the 1939 land survey, which had members of the Seminole Nation involved. Kevin Cuniff, time and again in 2022, said the tribe would control culverts in private meetings because they were on tribal land. When he was finally told it was on private land, he said that doesn't matter, they'll control them anyway. The Army Corps confirmed every single time that this would be like an on-off switch for the tribe. But the most telling was one of the Seminole representatives asking in April of 2022, is Ron Bergeron aware of the impact the closed gates will have on his land? The impact. The Corps admitted the answer is no. They didn't even tell the sitting governing board member about the destruction they intended to do on behalf of the Seminole Tribe of Florida. They identified our properties in 2018, but they wouldn't tell us for another 4 months after that April meeting. Everyone knows this is wrong. Everyone knows this will flood primary panther habitat, but the Corps is justifying the damage to endangered species by using social and regional benefits of indigenous tribal ecological knowledge to minimize the environmental damage. None of this has been done properly, and on a personal note, Kevin Cuniff should have nothing to do with restoration. His contempt for the landowners has been documented time and again and is pathetic and clearly damaging to restoration. As a landowner, I say we need to go back to the original plan. It's time we go back to rehydrating the native area off the West Feeder Basin, connecting the Lard Can over to the North Feeder STA, and don't alter the Kissimmee Billy Pond, which is as pristine as it was the day it came into existence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. We'll hear next from Mike Elfenbein, followed by Newton Cook.
Good morning, governing board members, Drew, everybody. Good to see you. How are you? Welcome back home.
Mike Elfenbein, Cypress chapter of the Isaac Walton League. I wanted to first say thank you very much to the Public Use and Recreation team, and congratulations to them. That's well deserved. As somebody who stands up here on a regular basis advocating for recreational use and activities, it's great to know what a wonderful team you have providing those services. Also to Drew, thank you for your comments on the Wild and Scenic River designation. I'm glad to hear that the district realizes this probably is not such a great idea. I wanted to share with you guys something. Monday morning, I took an airboat trip into Lossman Slough, which is the south side of the WERP project, or the southern side, the stair steps region of Big Cypress National Preserve that immediately butts up to Everglades National Park and Wilderness and subpopulation A of the Cape Sable Seaside Sparrow. I hadn't been there in 20 years, and I couldn't pass up the opportunity. I had some fond memories of being down there hunting deer. Wildlife was always plentiful there, and on our trip Monday, we saw no wildlife. There was no deer. There was nothing. There was maybe some blue and white herons, a couple anhingas. I did see quite a few big bass, a couple snook. But it was disappointing to see the tree islands all the way down there are dying. The oak trees that grew on those islands are skeletons. They're falling over. The palm trees that were there are dying. I'm not one of the ISTs. I'm not a biologist or scientist, but it's an eerie reminder of what Conservation Area 3A used to look like before all those tree islands died. And I can't help but think that we're watching it happen all over again. Which brings me to my thoughts about hearing on an update on the change of operations for the S12s from date specific to condition based. Maybe that's in the news today, hopefully in one of the reports later on. But conditions down there, if we're trying to rehydrate Lossman Slough, what I saw Monday morning, I can't see where that additional water would go. But I'd be glad to go down there with you guys and look at it with you. You might be surprised what you find. And last but not least, I wanted to share with you, there's an opportunity this year to further conservation efforts throughout the state. There's an amendment on your ballot this coming November, Amendment 2, which is the right to fish and hunt, and enshrining that in perpetuity in our Constitution. And I would encourage you all to visit yesontoflorida.com for additional information on Amendment 2 and the ability to add to our conservation efforts in Florida. Thank you all for your time. Looking forward to the rest of this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Elfenbein. We'll hear next from Newton Cook, followed by Mark Perry.
Good morning, Newton Cook, United Waterfowlers of Florida. First, I just want to say I'm sorry I was to hear about the loss of Jim Sasser. He was the ex-mayor of Pahokee, and just a wonderful guy, a person who was a warrior for the lake and for the glades for many, many, many years. And just sad not to have him with us in this endeavor. Another thing, I live in Tequesta on the Loxahatchee River, and I heard that something was not right. So I took a little excursion and went down and talked to Captain Taylor, who runs one of the head boats, and he said, yes, he says, we got a real problem. He says, all the grass is dying on the west side of the river. And I went down and looked at my favorite afternoon bar at the Square Grouper, and believe it or not, he's right. Places where I used to walk, I don't walk out on the dock very often, but I walked around, I looked out there, and all these places, you could see snook and you could see, grass. It's all just dirt bottom. And the word is that something's happened at the C-18. There's a canal coming in right there at the interstate. So I just want the district to go out and see what's going on, because the Loxahatchee is the only scenic river we have, and it's a beautiful place, and we don't need to start a problem. And evidently we have one down just the west side. Amazing. On the Coast Guard side, it's not bad. Amendment 2, please vote for Amendment 2. Save a little time. I'll have to jump up again and struggle up here. I support the consent agenda item 19 on Rocky Glades. What another positive thing the district and the FWC is doing for recreation. I cannot emphasize how cooperative that this district is with the recreation. And I'm so proud to see the recreation people get the award for the group of the month. And they deserve it because there's a lot of pressure on all of these properties and on all these people who have to deal with it, and trying to solve. You know, we did hikers, bikers, campers, fishing, hunters, airboaters, kayakers. You go through a litany, bird watchers, scar glazers. You go through a litany of people, and every one of them is pushing. And these recreation people deal with it, and it's very much appreciated. And so that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. We'll hear next from Mark Perry, followed by Marshall Jones.
Good morning, Governing Board. Mark Perry, Florida Oceanographic. We kind of averted a lot of the rainfall from that Hurricane Debbie that went up through the west coast side, but from falling on the lake and of course causing a lot of rising of the lake and concern for discharges to estuaries and the safety around the lake. The rainfall though, however, you know, in the previous has caused a lot of local runoff, particularly in these two northern estuaries, and up to 1,700 CFS in St. Lucie and over 5,000 in the Caloosahatchee, which is twice the recover metrics for damaging systems. So even without releases from the lake to these estuaries, they're still getting a lot of releases of freshwater system. I want to kind of point out I really appreciate the project updates for both SERP and the NEAP in your packets, and particularly on the Corps of Engineers report on the SERP projects. Over 25 projects. We're really excited to learn the status and how they're being completed, and particularly looking at LOSUM being signed for the record of decision by the 12th, which is next Monday. So that's exciting to finally get that schedule underway. Under the Northern Estuaries and Everglades Protection Program, the district, you know, operates the watershed protection plans, and it's all about watershed protection. And you also do the monitoring, really significant and wonderful monitoring all throughout the watersheds in the Northern Everglades and estuaries. So what you really need to do is look at those loadings and concentrations and flows and loadings that are coming in. And you did that originally. It was presented by staff back in 2019 and also in 2022. And I encourage you to continue to at least annually look at those, you know, basin by basin within the watershed. Because what's going on in the watershed is really important. And, you know, FDEP is working on the BMAPs. They're going to be updating the BMAPs September 16th through the 19th. This is really critical. The BMAPs are not getting the reductions in nutrients they're supposed to, and neither are the BMPs under FDACS. And FDACS is trying to get the, you know, IVs done and get all that worked up. So I encourage you to participate perhaps in the workshop on the 20th September is coming up. I appreciate the staff putting that together, and I really think that we got to get down into the watershed and really stop the pollution in the watershed before it runs downstream into works of the district or the state waters. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. We'll hear next from Marshall Jones, followed by Jeff Dixon.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us here today and you know, allowing us the opportunity to speak publicly. Firstly, I'd like to commend everybody here today, both in the governing board and the people in the audience behind us, for taking the time and giving sincere concern for the environment, specifically the Everglades that my family's called home for now 6 generations. The restoration efforts undertaken by all of you are nothing short of monumental, and I couldn't imagine having the weight of that put onto myself. Luckily, you've got a great team. Everybody works together, and your communication between your teams is paramount. Please keep that communication open between all of your teams moving forward, as there's so many unique aspects to this infrastructure, this mosaic of the Everglades working together moving forward. Let's continue to make sure that happens and that the Everglades work efficiently as it should for the greater good of the ecology. And I know that flood control is a major issue, and you guys have done a fabulous job at mitigating that in years past. And going forward, please continue to do so, because South Florida relies on you for those, those infrastructures. I would like to say certain things, but the four gentlemen before me did very well with specific topics, so I'll save that for the next speaking period. Other than that, I would like to include that the WCA 3B future management plans for the Blue Shanty and the current management practice for the decomp physical model. I'd love to get as much current information on that as possible. You guys have my email address on file. Please forward me any and all updates on that you can, because it directly affects my family and our homestead and livelihood. That is of utmost concern for me. Other than that, Amendment 2 is on the board. Please review it. Please research it, and take into consideration that all of us, Americans really do rely on the outdoors for recreation, but also for a way of life, for traditional culture between us and our families. And please help us keep that alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. We'll hear next from Jeff Dixon, followed by Tina Osceola on Zoom.
Good morning. I'd like to talk about Everglades restoration this morning. So if you go out on the street and you would talk to a bunch of people and you would say, we have a slough that's been conveying water since God created the Everglades, and we want to put a man-made dam in the middle of this slough. Is that Everglades restoration? I think the answer is pretty clear. Of course, I'm referring to the operable culverts that we're talking about putting in the Kissimmee Billy Slough. When those are closed, they're a dam, and so I call them a dam, not an operable culvert, because if we were never going to close them, we clearly wouldn't put them in there. So there's only two scenarios that make sense for these things to be closed. One is the water is so high that the tribe is seeing that they're having problems in the native land and they can't take any more water. So they say, we can't take water, we need you to close the culverts. At that point, all of the property to the west of that is also in the same situation. And by closing those culverts, it would create catastrophic disaster for that area, because water would only have pine islands and oak hammocks to flow over, and it would really create a problem. The second scenario is perhaps a little more disturbing, which to me, what we have now is a completely clean ecosystem with nothing but rainwater in it. But if we move forward with this plan, we're going to introduce foreign water that's polluted. And as that foreign water goes through our entire A+ rated ecosystem for panthers, when it gets to the tribe, if it's still polluted, we have to close those culverts, because by law, from what I understand, we cannot put polluted water on the reservation. So let me ask you all this. Do you think there's any panthers that want polluted water in their living room? Of course not. So we need to restore the Everglades for the entire ecosystem, and not just the people with the best lobbyists. We need to take this water that has problems, and we need to bring it to Garcia Farms. We need to clean it at Garcia Farms, and then bring that treated water back north of the reservation, north of the native lands, and allow the Seminoles to have as much or as little water as they like without destroying tens of thousands of acres of panther habitat. So what we have now is we have an ecosystem with the right amount of water that's not polluted, and the government says they want to fix it. And we all know what happens when the government wants to fix something. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. We'll move over now to our virtual participants, starting with Nyla Pipes, followed by Tina Osceola. Ms. Pipes, please unmute your mic.
Sound check?
We hear you.
Fantastic. Good morning, Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. There's a lot on the agenda today that I will speak on at the appropriate time. I do want to share the concerns that have already been voiced regarding high water levels during this rainy season. Speaking on that, I want to bring to everyone's attention something that I saw the other day that is it's not in our district boundaries, but it's not without impact on our district. The city of Bradenton estimates that 3.5 million gallons of untreated sewage were discharged into the Manatee River with this last storm. And I wanted to bring that up just to mark a point in time and remind everybody that every time we have one of these storms, every time we have this mass flooding, we are putting a ton of sewage nutrients into our waterways, many tons. So I know it's not in your purview, but it definitely affects the work we all do. And I just wanted to remind everyone that we have to continue working on upgrading our sewage treatment plants to the best available technology with advanced wastewater treatment, making sure that we don't have infiltration and flooding of these plants. We also must continue supporting every effort to get off of septic tanks in these coastal zones that flood. So, in true old septic pipes fashion, I had to mention that today as we're just heading into the height of our rainy season. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. We'll hear next from Tina Osceola. Ms. Osceola, please unmute your mic.
Yeah, good morning. I'd like to represent the Seminole Tribe of Florida as its interim executive director of operations and the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer. I really would like to repeat the commitment of the chairman of the Seminole Tribe of Florida, Marcellus Osceola, and the respective tribal council members, and reaffirm their commitment to the Western Everglades Restoration Project, and really appreciate your support in moving this forward. And I could actually be really informal and let you know that the chairman of the tribe actually just summed it up by saying, get it done. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osceola. Mr. Chairman, we have no additional general public comment.
Thank you, Molly. Thank you all for your comments. I will now move to board comment. Ben, want to start? You don't have to.
No comment today, Mr. Chair.
I could have saved you that. Girl.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. First of all, I attended the environmental permitting summer school, and I want to commend staff for their excellent presentations that they made during the forum. I think that the session on Lake Okeechobee was especially a highlight of the conference, and certainly it was well attended. And I think everyone appreciated the dialogue among all of the partners that were showcased in that session. During the conference itself, I had the opportunity to, of course, visit with the companies that were highlighted in the trade show. And to my surprise, I ran into a company that makes those wave attenuation devices I've been talking about, and got a lot of great information. And in fact, this particular company, and I'm sure there's a lot of companies out there that do the same work, but this particular company that was at the Environmental Permitting Summer School was responsible for that project in Tampa that was the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. And they were able to slow the wave energy down, and they brought back 5 acres of submerged aquatic vegetation. So that's about as much depth as I have on this subject. So I turned all this information over to our interagency working group, which is FWC, and our smart folks at the district, and they're taking a look at all of this information that I brought back. But I felt that was a very constructive dialogue that I was able to have with somebody who actually did the work and what they went through with it. So I'm optimistic. The other item that I have today is I was able to get out to the C-43 reservoir and talk about progress. I was so impressed with John Creswell, who's our project manager, and Sean Waldeck, who's overseeing the site. Both of them are doing just a tremendous job with all of the team members that are out there, contractors and district members alike. And we climbed up on separator dam with its now covered in soil cement. And believe it or not, we're putting wave attenuation devices across the top of it to slow down the wave action out there at the C-43. So I said, oh, another approach. They look like Jersey barriers, and they were huge. And there was a lot of great work being done out there. And the pump station, you know, when we were there for the ribbon cutting, I thought it was just an incredible day and an incredible pump station being so large. But they are now in the process of installing the pipes over the berm that will take the water from the pump station and put it in. And they are absolutely massive. And I even had John Creswell stand beside them so that we could get a scale for how big they were. So I just wanted to give you that report. The C-43 is full steam ahead. It was a little warm out there, but it was a very productive and informative day. And we should feel very proud of our folks out there that doing that work. So thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Ms.
So in 1990, Charlie Causey was a member of the board. And when you leave here today, if you look at the plaque on the building, I believe you'll see he probably was the chairman, maybe, of the board, and he's on that plaque. And I moved from Islamorada a couple of years ago. Charlie and his wife live there. They are wonderful. They have been incredible to that community. And I bring Charlie up and Marvy up to ask you to pray for him. He was taken to the hospital today. It's a very difficult time for him and his wife. And just remember him in your prayers.
Thanks, Ms. Mead. Mr. Bergeron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Python Challenge is what a great, for the benefit of the environment, the devastation that goes on with an invasive snake that can destroy the whole food chain. And as I've said in the past, you can't have a healthy environment without a healthy food chain. And I'm very proud that we are the title sponsor of our foundation to encourage more participation to make sure that we don't destroy all of our native wildlife. I'd also like to compliment all our stakeholders. You know, it's important as we communicate in the future how much it means to hear from all of the stakeholders, whether it's the hunters, the bikers, the wildlife photographers, the fishermen, the conservationists, environmentalists. Extremely important because it's all about we together to come up with solutions as we go into the future in the largest environmental restoration in the history of the world. So important to 10 million people that live in South Florida. We're not just saving the environment, we're actually saving ourselves, because the Everglades is a watershed and replenishes the aquifer, which is our drinking water. So as we continue to go forward, to have a quality of life, it's such an honor for me to sit with the board here and to work with all the stakeholders and our federal partners to come up with solutions. And as we communicate, we come up with solutions that we're truly restoring, because we've been very blessed to have the support of our federal funding and our state and the governor and our legislators. We have an opportunity. But as we continue to go forward, I want to continue to listen to all of our stakeholders. And I do want to compliment Ben Olson and Marshall Jones and Mike Elfenbein. That's the next generation that basically families, Gladesmen, pioneer families that's lived here for over a century And it's important bringing out the history to where, as we do go forward, and I know I'm repeating myself, that we're truly restoring. That's so important. I want to talk a little bit about the Tamiami Trail. And I know that I bring this up at every meeting. Whatever happens north of the Tamiami Trail, which is important, from the EAA, from Western Everglades, all of these projects that are ongoing, until we resolve the Tamiami Trail to equalize water levels with shared adversity and shared impacts globally, we got to move water south. I would like to recommend that we work with the task force in regards to the Blue Shanty. Part of moving water south is so important. Also, continuing to work with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and the Park Service on the S12 A and B, 343 A and B, 344, moving water south based upon our science, connecting modified water delivery to equalize the water levels in the Big Cypress north of the trail and the Central Everglades. We've had severe impacts from high water and then lack of water in Florida Bay, which you all probably remember in 2015, we had 50,000 acres of seagrass die from lack of water. So I know I sound like a broken record, and I apologize right up front, but the Tamiami Trail, and I want to compliment our staff for the 3 additional culverts that lets water flow southwest naturally by gravity, and also compliment our staff for remodeling the Tamiami Trail west of the L28 to allow this water to flow southwest into Lossman Slough, into the 10,000 islands. And if you look at the water that's flowed, and that's why in the S12s and the 343s is so important that they're operated on a condition base that equalizes these water levels for the benefit of all of our endangered species, whether they're on the south side of the trail or the north side of the trail. We have 70 endangered species. And as we go forward, and I want to make it clear with the Cape Sable sparrow, everybody wants what's best for that endangered species. All of us, all stakeholders, federal side, state side. But if they're in an area that's not compatible with modified water delivery, we're 24 years in, it's important for the benefit of that one single species for U.S. Fish and Wildlife to find within this global system where is that species compatible with modified water delivery for the benefit of that species. And at the same time, when we implement modified water delivery and equalize water levels across the Central Everglades, the Big Cypress, Fakahatchee, Picayune, the Panther Refuge, this huge millions of acres, then we're going to be benefiting the other 69 endangered species. So it's important that we move water south. That's all I hear constantly since I've been sitting here. And we have the opportunity to do that. I'm in communication with the Deputy Chief of Staff. I mentioned that to you, Drew, in regards to putting more pressure on completing the road. It's substantially behind schedule. And that is so important where we can implement the second stage of modified water delivery And the 1,500,000 acre feet that flowed in an average rain year up to 2,250,000 acre feet in a heavy rain year will be equalized across the global system. Stop seagrass from dying in Florida Bay. Stop drowning the Miccosukes and all of the wildlife. Since 1994, we've drowned 5,000 animals. We've impacted the Miccosukes catastrophically, drowning the Central Everglades. And at the same time, seagrass is dying in Florida Bay. So I think it's important that we recommend to the task force to highly prioritize the Blue Shanty. That's the last part of moving water south on the eastern side that allows water to flow based upon our science, which is 60 to 70% flowed on the east side of Shark River Slough and 30 to 40%, depending on where it rained, on the western side. And when we get to that point, the greatest benefit, since we started Everglades restoration in 2000, 24 years ago, the greatest benefit to the environment will happen. So I look forward, Drew, to work with you, with the DOT, to try to accelerate finishing that road. And I look forward to working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the Corps, and the Park Service on the condition-based operations of the 30 to 40% of the water that flowed through the western side based upon our science. And everybody has to understand that this is a whole global system. And we can't have partiality on one side of the road, on the south side, and forget about the north side. It's a global system. And if you keep sending water out our rivers east and west to the Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie and Indian River Lagoon in quantities greater than natural that should be moving south, that's when we're going to get the greatest benefit as we go forward. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Steinling?
No comment, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Steinley. I'll wrap up. I want to say thanks very much to the governor, the legislature, DEP, also for the $150 million that Drew referenced earlier that we're going to be using for investments in infrastructure. So as we sort of keep a wary eye on the tropics every single day, it becomes really important to make sure that our flood protection infrastructure is up to date, and it isn't, and this money is going to help us. So we're very appreciative of that. Speaking of wary eye to the tropics, thanks to the staff for all the hard work you did, and Debbie, particularly over on the southwest coast. We appreciate that. I know you deployed some pumps down in Charlotte's area, and I appreciate that for helping to keep people dry there. The Python Challenge coming up, I wish everyone luck. Hope you stay safe. Lonesome, can't wait. Hold my breath almost, but won't really hold my breath, but I know it's close. And finally, I just want to say thanks to our staff. I know we've got some items on the agenda today that have been really complicated. They're issues that really dramatically impact people's lives. And it's my view that we need to be responsive to legitimate concerns. And I think our staff does a really good job of trying to be responsive to legitimate concerns, because we do have a lot of stakeholders. And I think that's really important for this agency as we move forward to listen to everyone and to try and react. And I think we end up with a better product from it. So thanks to staff for doing that. And now we will move on to the consent agenda. Is there any, comments on this consent? No, first, board member wants to move anything from consent to discussion. Seeing none, comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll hear first from Mark Perry, followed by Caitlin Newcamp.
Morning again, Governing Board. Just two items on the consent. Number 20, item number 20, about the STAs for C25 STA. That's really great that we're moving forward with that component of the Indian River Lagoon South project, like the other components for C-44, C-2324, and those reservoirs and STAs are really critical for that whole project to come to fruition. So I appreciate you moving forward with that. And item 21 on the C-43 reservoir, the treatment for the nuisance algae is somewhat concerning, that we're trying to treat it with chemicals, and that kind of brings up other treatments that we've tried, particularly for harmful algal blooms or blue-green algae blooms that happen in the lake or around the lake and in other areas. So it's concerning that we need to address those pollutions at the source of the problem in the watershed before they get to those pump stations and before they go into reservoirs. I know in the C-44 project, we did have some algae issues and problems with nuisance vegetation or exotic vegetation coming in initially, but that can be solved and resolved hopefully on a one-time basis and not have to have a continuing treatment of, chemical treatment or other kinds of treatment that costs a lot of funds, it costs a lot of money, but it's also not really sustainable. We found ways to treat and get water quality better through natural marsh conditions, and man-made marshes like STAs and others are doing a great job. The C-43 reservoir project does need, in my opinion, an STA associated with it, just like the other reservoirs and STA projects we have throughout the system. So let's work maybe towards that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Next, we'll hear from Caitlin Newcamp.
Morning, governing board members. Caitlin Newcamp with Audubon, Florida. Just kind of want to echo some of the concerns that Mark just raised. We do want to commend you for the C-43 reservoir. This is for item number 21. So we know it's the water quality component is being initiated, and we know that this reservoir is a critical step towards restoring the dry season salinity balance in the Caloosahatchee. It'll also increase watershed storage capacity and help us to reduce the harmful algal blooms that get into the estuary. So we had previously weighed in on the alum injection method as a form of water quality treatment, and we believe that while a commendable first step, will not be a fully effective and adequate nitrogen reduction, the nutrient that this watershed is impaired for. Not only that, there are potential downfalls to this method if not administered properly, including some of the sediment coming to the surface when storm conditions are happening as we are experiencing now. So we don't object to this item, but consider alum injection inadequate for fully treating the nitrogen issue in the watershed. And we know that the district owns 2,000 acres north of the reservoir. And so we just ask, if possible, if you guys could utilize that for an STA or some other water quality treatment project to support us moving forward to meeting those water quality objectives. We also encourage the district to consider additional measures to treat stormwater inflows in this region, including working with other agencies and the landowners on nutrient source reduction. And so we just thank you for your efforts on the C-43. It's a really great project, but just want you to consider more of the water quality needs of the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newcamp. Mr. Chairman, we have no additional public comment on this item.
Great, thanks. Board members, just so you know, consent agenda items 15 and 16 require 2/3 approval. Can I have a motion on consent?
I'll move to approve consent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Colonel Norman?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle? I'm going to vote yes, and that passes unanimously. We'll now move to discussion. Item 25, which is the final project implementation report and environmental impact statement for the Western Everglades Restoration Project. Ms. Reynolds.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, board members. I'm happy to bring this project to the board. So we are at the stage of the Western Everglades Restoration Project where we're wrapping up that planning portion of the project and moving from the planning phase into an execution phase. That's sort of where we're at. And so I'm going to go through a brief description of the project, talk to you a little bit about where we are in terms of the process. And then what I'm asking for today is support from the board as we move forward and lend our support to the Corps of Engineers as the non-federal sponsor for this project. Our support for this project is important. As you know, this is part of SERP, and so there's a non-federal sponsor and a federal sponsor for every project. We as the non-federal sponsor are an important part of lending our support as this project goes to Congress for their consideration in the Water Resources Development Act. And so our support for the project is an important part of that package. And so I'll be asking for the board's support for the project, but also because of some of the concerns that the board has heard over the last year about this project. Normally what we do is we ask for a sense of the board, do you support this project? And then staff prepares a letter and we submit that letter to the Corps as part of the package. In this case, because there are further considerations that we think is important to add to our letter of support, at the end of this presentation, I will be providing a resolution for the board's consideration that we would attach to that letter of support that further refines some of our commitments to the landowners and some of our commitments about how we see this project proceeding post-authorization and making sure that we document that in writing as a board as the sense of the district and the guidance to future staffs as this project gets implemented. And so I just wanted to give you those expectations up front because it's a little bit different than where we're at normally with a project like this. So what is this project? This is a component of the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan. As you know, SERP is a large framework that talks about how we restore America's Everglades. This project in particular is the Western Everglades, the western side of the Everglades, and encompasses flows to the Big Cypress National Preserve, the western part of Everglades National Park, and waters that affect both the Miccosukee and Seminole tribes, as well as a variety of private landowners in the vicinity and the project area. As I talked a little bit about the SERP planning timeline in this microscopic print on this slide, this is the process. As we talked about, we have already moved forward on some of the components of the Western Everglades that are in the most southern and western part under a pre-project agreement, and that's what that PPCA execution. We have the authority under the framework of SERP to move forward in expediting project components once a tentative plan is in place so that we can expedite Everglades restoration, particularly on components where there is consensus and agreement among all the stakeholders that some of the features can move forward ahead of congressional authorization. This is part of SERP that the state can do at some risk. So when we move forward on things under a pre-partnership agreement, then we are doing that at cost share risk because we think it's important for us to move forward on things that there's general consensus and that we feel confident that that will be authorized by Congress in the future. But where we are is right now is, my mouse is not working quite right. There we go. We are in this portion right here. Right now, we are under a 30-day public and agency review of the state clearinghouse review. So this is the sort of the final review period. We already went through a 45-day public review, and Now we are under a 30-day agency review that started on the 24th of July. The next steps are comments that we are preparing as part of this review process that will go to the state. The state then provides consolidated comments back to the Corps. And then that package will go to the Chief of Engineers for their final report that goes to the Secretary of the Army for their consideration, and then it goes to the administration and submission to Congress. So that's kind of where we are in the process. So what are the objectives of this project? We've talked about this a number of times, and we've all been really engaged in WIRP over the last 8 years. The planning process started in 2016. We're now in 2024, looking for authorization in the Water Resources Development Act of 2024. This project has come before the board several times. It's been at the task force meetings. We've had multiple public engagements. We've had a lot of stakeholder engagement. And I am really optimistic about this project. Even though it seems like this is a contentious project, there's a lot of discussion, but that's exactly why I'm optimistic about this. There is no SERP project that moves forward without contentious items. There are very few SERP elements that move from a PIR to construction without changes in between. I'll use the 8.5 square mile area as an example, right? When that PIR went forward, there was no seepage barrier, there was all this contention, there was all this, all these meetings. We had multiple meetings with private landowners, stakeholders in English and Spanish and Creole, and making sure that people were heard, and that project changed. And we implemented a seepage barrier, and the district brought forward that, and we worked through all the bureaucratic hurdles necessary to make sure that the right project was implemented at the right time, that protected private property, that made sure restoration would work, that kept water in the park, kept water off of private lands, and we did all the paperwork that implemented it that would allow us to get cost share and made it part of the project. It wasn't easy, it was hard, it took everybody coming together, it took people at the table, and it took a lot of science, a lot of engineering, and in the end, we implemented it, and it's the right thing for the environment, it's the right thing for the stakeholders, and it's the right thing for Florida, for the federal government, and for everybody involved, and it's the best use of taxpayer dollars. I feel the same way about WIRP. And that's where I think we are as we look at the overall plan. The recommended plan includes 4 regions. Region 4, which is the southernmost region. This is the region that Mr. Bergeron was just talking about, where we have already broken ground and are constructing the 3 culverts here in the L28 levee that help equalize water levels between Water Conservation Area 3 and Big Cypress and Everglades National Park. And then we have, and that includes making sure that the roads here, 11 Mile Road, Loop Road, and US 41 have sufficient conveyance to convey those waters so that they go through the natural flowways. Then we have Region 3. Region 3 includes the backfilling of this triangle area that takes care of this plume that the Miccosukee tribe has been bringing to everyone's attention for many decades, where there is an unnatural plume of invasive and unnatural willows, cattails, and other vegetation that is causing problems in the environment here as well as here, taking care of that area. In order to do that, we have to do something with that water. So I'm going to move for a second to Region 1. One of the ways that we take care of this area is we have to address the water that is coming from Region 1 and into Water Conservation Area 3. And included in the plan is a stormwater treatment area that helps address waters that are coming off of agricultural properties in Region 1 and parts of Region 2, treating that water and rerouting it in terms of water quality and timing, as well as volumes, into Water Conservation Area 3. Part of that is also what needs to happen in Region 2. And in the current plan, how this, the features in Region 2 are incorporated is that it is recognized in the plan that there are modifications needed that help us to address where we put this additional water that currently flows down the L28 interceptor and into this triangle area. It needs to be considered. It needs to be, the timing needs to be considered, and it needs to be rerouted. But the exact timing, volumes of that water, because of the modeling that needs to be done, needs to be refined. And the current plan recognizes that changes based on updated modeling and updated data will need to be considered during the engineering and design work post-authorization for this project. And so that is written into the current plan. It is recognized in the project implementation report, and it is recognized in the draft chief's report for this project. The district is currently working on that effort. We have been collecting data in this region, survey data, and building a more refined modeling tool that will be ready this fall for us to collaborate with the tribes and the landowners within this project footprint so that we can develop a refined set of features for Region 2 that will allow us to complete this work that's needed in Region 3 and not impact the landowners that rely on these canals for getaway for their floodwaters. That's important to the panther habitat. It's important to the private landowners. It's important to the environment. It's important to the water quality. It's important to the tribes. It's important to everybody and everything that cares about this project being successful. It's important to the Corps, and it's important to the district, and we are 100% committed to getting it right. We have already moved out on these expedited project features for Region 4. That includes those 3 culverts that we broke ground on just last month. It also includes additional modeling that we're currently doing and extensive coordination that we are doing with DOT and with the park to make sure that all of these culverts flow water and we do not have water stacking up in unintended areas. Those also include wildlife crossings, making sure that we are including those considerations as we move forward with the design and construction of these features. So the schedule, I mentioned earlier that we are currently under the state and agency review of the draft chief's report. That's a 30-day review. We anticipate that the final project implementation report and environmental impact statement will be complete at the beginning of September, and that the chief's report will be transmitted to Congress for consideration in the Water Resources Development Act this year. I mentioned earlier that I would also have a resolution for you. Our resolution, this is the summary resolution. This is the part that is usually published in the agenda. As part of our resolutions, we also have sections. I wanted to include those on a slide for you because those are important as we take a look at some of the commitments that we have made. What we've tried to do as a staff is provide to the board a summary of the things that we thought were important to make sure we put in writing for the board's consideration as we move forward between the project implementation report, the authorization of this project, but then looking forward to the direction that staff will use from the board as we implement this project into the future. Before we go to your questions and to public comment on this item, of which I'm sure there will be much, at your indulgence, Mr. Chair, I'd like to give Major Bell from the Corps of Engineers an opportunity just to add any additional comments about the project before we go to public comment.
Thanks, Ms. Reynolds. Major Bell?
For the record, Major Corey Bell, Deputy Commander for South Florida, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a few comments. Governing Board and Chairperson Goss. The Western Everglades Restoration Project is the next step in restoring the Everglades system as a whole and represents a critical step in restoring and improving seasonal freshwater distributions and natural mosaics of the wetland and upland habitat in Western Everglades ecosystem. We support South Florida Water Management District with the efforts to enhance modeling within Region 2 of the project area. And we have worked very hard during this process to ensure the plan does not increase water levels above natural ecological ranges anywhere within the project and planning area to ensure we do not cause detrimental impacts to tribal, state, and private landowners' properties and assets. We continue to reach out to stakeholders to better understand their concerns and position regarding the Western Everglades restoration. We are confident that South Florida Water Management District will provide the best design that will meet the project requirements. Any of your questions?
Does anyone have any questions or comments for Major Bell? Thank you, Major. Ms. Reynolds, thank you. I think we'll go to public comment now, and then we'll come back for board questions and discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll hear first from Mike Elfenbein, followed by Ben Olson.
First, wow, good morning. Thank you guys very much. Awesome. I'd like to commend you, Jen, and Drew and the district and staff for working so hard with stakeholders to pay attention to our concerns and do your best to work around them and make sure that this all works going forward. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that, Drew. There's a couple things in the resolution I wanted to touch on. For the most part, it was good. There was some language, and I'm sure you'll hear from others and on other issues, but some of the things that stood out to me is the resolution still doesn't preclude the Army Corps from exerting eminent domain on private property. Back in 2019, April, you remember, Jen, there was a Solicitor General's letter that came out. Shannon Goslin wrote it, that essentially wrote a blueprint for how the Army Corps of Engineers could condemn private inholdings in the preserve and later give that land to the district to then transfer to the National Park Service. And so I know we've discussed that ad nauseum over the years, but there's not any inclusion of that in the resolution. Now that might not be the place for it, but it sure would be nice to have those assurances, much like what's provided in the resolution. An adjustment that could be made, for example, in Section 2, it addresses specifically landowners in the West Feeder Basin. Perhaps that could be amended to include inholders in Big Cypress National Preserve to ensure that there's some sort of protection for those folks as well. The other thing that's not addressed there and should be addressed somewhere, outwardly, overtly, repeatedly, and loudly, is the wilderness designations. I'm grateful to the district for writing a letter to the Department of Interior addressing that issue, and also the DEP and FWC, but there's nothing in here that makes that solid. And while I stand here in front of you today, as we've acknowledged that wilderness is a detriment to Western Everglades restoration, it still is moving forward in Department of Interior. And there's no time certain for when this is going to happen, how it's going to happen, and what the consequences are. And so it'd be great to take this a step above just a letter to the Department of Interior and maybe amend this resolution to include some language that addresses that extremely bad proposal for a wilderness designation. So thank you so much for all your diligence, for all your hard work. Really appreciate this and look forward to working with the district and the Corps moving forward to make this a good project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elfenbein. We'll hear next from Ben Olson, followed by Greg Olson.
Now I will be speaking about the resolution. The landowners sent you guys verbiage last night. It got to the board. I didn't see a lot of it amended in the resolution currently, so I'm just going to quickly reiterate a quote of no backfilling of the Wingate Miller lard can will take place, as well as a statement that you will work on connecting the lard can to the North Feeder STA would be ideal. A statement, as Mr. Elfenbein brought up, that you will not request the federal government to acquire lands pursuant to Article 2. A statement that there will be no eminent domain used without consent of the landowner, so that we can allow for the landowners that want to use it. A statement that you will ensure current levels of service for flood protection. Our property was not in the original boundary. And an explanation of how this resolution will be really incorporated. I think all of this is reasonable, and I encourage you to add it in and vote on it. When I was going through the FOIAs, a quote stuck out to me. At the April 2018 meeting, where the Seminoles began to be frustrated with this project, one representative said the meetings are to determine what the tribe is willing to tolerate, not fulfill requirements, and that really feels like where the landowners are right now. It was either Mr. Ornstein or Kevin Cuniff that said ITEC is supposed to be used in conjunction with, I believe the term they used was Western knowledge, forgive me. They're not supposed to conflict. My mom swam as a little girl in the Kissimmee Billy Pond while my great-grandfather built the road. Had you guys brought us in the beginning, my family's knowledge could have told you that water ponded there naturally. But I have further proof, as I mentioned, the 1939 land survey. I don't have an issue with the way the Miccosukes are using indigenous knowledge, but it really seems like the Seminole representatives and possibly even their leadership are abusing the method. I do not believe a single member of the tribe that lives out there would ever claim the Kissimmee Billy Road has ever flooded over. A couple days ago, I was asked by staff if I felt we could all come to the table and find a solution that's okay with everybody, and I want to share my response with the board. The landowners have asked for a seat at the table from the moment we found out, and that was very late into this project. I've asked you myself on more than one occasion. But at the other end of the table are people like Mr. Cuniff, who I addressed earlier, and Miss Patty Powers, who claim the landowners are just loud voices spreading misinformation. I genuinely do not believe true restoration will be achieved. The landowners have never opposed restoration. Our lands simply aren't the ones that need restoring. They're pristine right now, and we are not to blame for degradation elsewhere. We've definitively proved that to you guys. You cannot destroy our lands and the endangered animals we protect to try to restore elsewhere. Closable culverts in the Kissimmee Billy Pond serve zero restorative purpose. This was the western edge of the Kissimmee Billy Strand. It was never the native flowway. You must bring the landowners to the table and listen to us. I would encourage the tribes to not let non-tribal members represent them, or at least have people with actual knowledge of the land at the meetings. And I'm happy to engage with Seminole tribal leadership to figure out the solution. But I sincerely
Please wrap up your comments,
But I
Mr.
sincerely hope what I've read in these FOIA requests are not actually representative of leadership's ideals. I hope that was just rogue actors. Because based on what I've seen from the tip of these FOIA icebergs, there's going to be a hell of a lot more corruption in the work production. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. We'll hear from Greg Olson, followed by Mark Perry.
Good morning. I'm Greg Olson. I and my family own the Olson Ranch, which is at the southern end of the lands impacted by the West Feeder Basin portion of WERP, next door to Mr. Bergeron's Green Glades West property. I got to tell you, this whole thing from the private landowner perspective, when I first found out about this 6 years into it in 2022, it's like a knife goes into your gut and you're ripping your gut. What are they doing to us and how did we get to this point? I'm in opposition to it, but what I want to do is following up. I was going to say my son, Ben, I'm very proud to say is my son. He's done an unbelievable amount of work providing information to you, and I hope you've been able to absorb some of it. But how did we get here? Well, the history of this, going back to SERP, the predecessor of what is now WERP, the goal, or one of the goals, one of the purposes was to, quote, reestablish the sheet flow from the West Feeder Canal across the Big Cypress Seminole Indian Reservation and into Big Cypress National Park. Okay, that makes sense. Nobody lives in the natural area, the native area, which is south of the canal. Nobody has any business enterprise there. The people that are getting stuck with all the negative side of this is the private landowners. Boy, that clock goes fast. So how did they do it? It's the Seminole tribe. I have no problem with the Seminoles. I got many friends there I've made over the last 50 years. The leadership, I think it stinks right now. It's been so unfair. They turned from that. 2016, same thing, drain out of the feeder canal. Then all of a sudden it's do some screwy deal of run all this water into the Kissimmee Billy Strand as the natural flowway. It was never the natural flowway. Ben has proven it without doubt. If any of you think that it was, please talk to me, because it never was. Most of the water flowed through the reservation. Most of the problems are caused by the reservation. I have no problem with them, just don't come back on me now. All the drainage, most of the pollution, all of that is from the reservation. Now, why Marcellus Osceola decided to change the original plan and put it on the private landowners, I don't know, because they're not even going to gain anything from this. They talk about the canals under the road, and that Lisa Madej for the Seminoles said that this was regularly overflowed. I've been almost every weekend for 40 years. I'm going to go a little bit over. Give me a little bit of time. Over 40 years, never once has that road come close to overflowing. It was an excuse. It was a lie to help support the idea that this was a natural flowway, and we've got to dodge all around, and the water that goes into the tribe is just going to hug down the western side of the native area of the reservation. It's not going to do anything for the rest of it. And I'm asking you, you guys really, and Jennifer especially, who I've dealt with, have been fair and have listened to us and have really taken our comments under consideration. Army Corps, no offense, all they've done is just try to duck it. All we've heard from them is we've got to get this done. Well, why didn't you come to us 8 years ago, back in 2016? Instead, it's already a bad plan in place. From a water management perspective, I think all of you know this is not good. And I don't mean water management, the agency. I mean
Please
water
wrap
management.
up your comments.
I'm about to wrap it up, almost done. Water management, the process has been terrible. You're still working on data because the data was useless. It's not just what will happen if you use this crazy ITech excuse to block culverts, what'll happen there. Ben convinced me a long time ago, what's really gonna happen is the water's gonna come from the school board section through this big pond and right on to us. And I think he's right. So I'm asking you to be the last protection for us. I don't want to be flooded, and worse, I don't want to have any chance of my property being taken away. And I'd like you to give strong consideration to the resolution language request that was submitted to you last night by my son and a number of other private landowners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. We'll hear from Mark Perry, followed by Gil Smart.
Governing Board, Mark Perry. Just, watching and working with implementation of comprehensive Everglades restoration plan projects for the last 24 years, it's been a really interesting kind of ride. You see how different districts, how different Corps representatives, how we deal with all these different large regional projects like this, and how we're trying to implement them to the best of our abilities at the time with the best information that we have. And it's really difficult at times. There have been projects we don't agree with. They're not going to work, so we've adjusted plans. We've opted into water control plans that help to us manage different projects correctly. But what impresses me about this particular project moving forward is it is part of SERP. It's part of the restoration efforts, but it's also the fact that the district has listened to, the stakeholders, has listened to property owners, is really trying to engage and listen to what's going on and try to do the right thing. And it's impressive to me that the district, everybody is really taking their time and understanding what's going on and trying to do the right thing in this particular project. It's difficult, it's challenging, it's somewhat controversial a lot of times, and as Jen iterated on other projects in the past, we've had these contentions and a lot of things happening. But we work through it, and if we can work through it and move forward, we all are wanting to benefit the Everglades and the Everglades restoration efforts to move it forward. So I appreciate your efforts, and it's a lot of work and a lot of challenges going through this thing, but thanks for listening. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. We'll hear next from Gil Smart, followed by Marshall Jones.
Morning, Governing Board members. My name is Gil Smart. I'm Policy Director for Friends of the Everglades, founded in 1969 by Marjorie Stoneman Douglas and headquartered in Stewart. In January, Friends of the Everglades submitted comments to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers expressing our concern with the decision to remove the Wingate Mill stormwater treatment area from the project without offering an alternative that clearly produces the same water quality results. We'd previously asked for an analysis that would quantify the expected water quantity and quality flowing into the Kissimmee Billy Strand and then into the Big Cypress National Preserve, an outstanding Florida water. But the Corps and the district chose not to do any water quality analysis on the Western Feeder Basin, and simply assumed the future without baseline will meet all water quality standards. Previously, WERP used 10 parts per billion phosphorus as a planning goal, but that's been dropped. We believe it should be revived and adopted to protect the Big Cypress ecosystem. But instead, as it now stands, assumptions and unsupported assertions have been substituted for the scientific assessments that would have allowed for an informed decision. Given the controversy WERP has stirred, we understand and support the district's continued attempts to work with landowners to find common ground. But Everglades restoration cannot succeed over the long term unless the water is clean, nor can it succeed if water quantity, timing, and distribution are distorted for whatever reason. We're heartened to hear that you are committed to getting it 100% right. The reality is, if we don't, all we're doing is passing the buck to future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smart. We'll hear next from Marshall Jones, followed by Caitlin Newcamp.
Hello again. So specifically pertaining to Western Everglades Restoration Project, there are many caveats here that we feel are viable to the future restoration of the Everglades at large, and without the implementation of the project, the Everglades restoration cannot move forward. But there are substantial blockages which need to be addressed, and moving water through the S12s is imperative to get water down through the national park and rehydrate the area, as well as reduce salinity through Florida Bay, and hopefully bring back some of the seagrass that's been lost. The implementation of the flow through the private landowners' properties between Lard Can and Wingate, it proposes a serious issue to the district and to future development plans. And that area is truly the most sustained, ecologically intact area that you have as an example of what restoration can and should look like. So moving forward, please take into consideration the management practices these generational families have done on their properties. Please, I implore you to listen to their pleads and their advancements of your implementation moving forward with the project. There's lots of lay knowledge that lends its hands to sustainability for the ecology that far outweighs a lot of these scientific studies that are being done currently, which can be very timely, costly, and also ineffective in the long run. We ask you, please, to consider the direct cause and effect moving forward for the polluted waters coming off of the reservation into these lands. There are alternative methods to treat the water other than just an STA, and I ask you to please look into those methods because the volume of water you're looking to move across these private lands isn't nearly as large as certain other areas of sheet flow that are required, and there are methods to treat the water in an effective way, which I can get into greater detail, not during this discussion. I'd like to speak to somebody about. And in closing, thank you all, and God bless you for everything you do.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. We'll hear next from Caitlin Newcamp, followed by James Alderman.
Good morning, governing board members, and thank you, Jen, for the presentation. We know that Everglades restoration is critical to our wildlife and human communities across the state. And as we enter another hurricane season, we're reminded of the resilience benefits these projects also create. Considering this, we just want to emphasize the importance of the Western Everglades Restoration Project and voice our support for the final PIR and EIS. At over 600,000 acres, this massive project will transform the hydrology of an area that has been negatively altered by human activity for decades. Not only that, but this region has suffered from poor water quality and habitat loss for imperiled species like the Florida panther. WERP aims to tackle these issues and more, and we are pleased with the proposed resolution on this agenda that commits the district to not only design, operate, and move forward with it, but also to reiterate your commitment to the landowners to not negatively impact these areas while improving the hydrology of the region. We thank the district for going above and beyond here and also doing modeling to that end. And so once online, we know this project will have benefits that exceed even the Western region, going even deeper into the greater Everglades ecosystem. And we know that this is the only CERT project with documented benefits for both the Miccosukee and Seminole tribal lands. And so we know it's been delayed many times, and we're just really enthusiastic that it's moving forward now, and we really hope to see it in WERDA. So we just want to applaud you and thank you for all of your work you've done on WERP, and we look forward to seeing the Chief's report next month. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Newcamp. We'll hear next from James Alderman, followed by Kevin Cuniff.
Good morning, board, staff. My name is Jim Alderman. I'm president of the Florida Panther Conservation Mitigation Bank, which is permitted by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It's 2,000 acres of a mitigation bank. This land is pristine. I think some of the board members, I don't know the board, I know Mr. Bergeron knows the property, and some of the staff have been down and seen the property down there. All you have to do is take a drive through there and you'll see turkeys, deer, occasionally you see a panther, bear. The wildlife is plentiful. It's one of the most beautiful places on earth, okay? It's equal to Yellowstone National Park. It's just different. So anyway, what I'd like to talk to you this morning about, there's a few things that really bother me a lot. Y'all have been working on this project since 2016, 2018, and we found out about it a year and a half or 2 years ago. I can't tell you how many countless meetings that I've been to and said the same thing over and over again. 1 week you have one plan, another month you have another plan, then you have another plan. All I'm concerned about is backfilling Lard Can Canal and Wingate Mill Canal. We suggested to you, the first time I met you, at Pat Howell's house, to dig a canal over to Garcia's. If that's the problem, y'all didn't even know whether it was water quality or quantity. We couldn't find out what our problem was other than we were going to backfill your canals. And put us, the first models you came out was put us 2 feet underwater. You think we're underwater now with the storms that have come through? Yes, sir. We're probably a foot underwater now in a lot of places. Add 2 more feet on it and see what you got. You're going to lose all the oak hammocks, the pine flats, the palmettos, all the native vegetation that has all these animals in it that prey for the panther. And we've got plenty of panthers walking through our property. I've got photograph after photograph. I know Mr. Olson has. I know Mr. Bergeron has. It's a wildlife corridor that's unbelievable that we need to leave alone and not flood it with 2 feet of water on top of us. We've gone to your meetings. It's like check the box. We went to this one, check the box. We went to that one, check the box. I'm tired of going to your meetings. They're a waste of time. Because nothing happens from going to your meeting and expressing our opinion on anything. Nothing ever happens. So I'm sorry to get a little upset about it, but I'm tired of coming to these meetings. It seems to me like between the Corps and South Florida, y'all want to go out and spend $3 to $4 billion and don't know what you're doing yet. Don't know what you're doing yet. You just want to grab some money and then we'll figure out what the plan is later on. Okay? A lot of stuff you didn't do. You've done no water quality tests out there. You don't even know where the water's coming from. You don't even know water coming from 846.
Please wrap up your comments, Mr. Alderman.
And north and west of us, it's blowing down through. I can show you a 40-inch bench pipe right now that boiling water through coming from the north. You don't even know where that water comes from. And if you're going to do water quality, let's do it on the whole region, not one specific area, and find out what's really the problem. We can help you with the problems.
Please
Just
wrap up your
work with us.
comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alderman. We'll hear next from Kevin Cuniff, followed by Jeff Dixon.
Good morning, Chairman Goss, Governing Board, staff, Executive Director Bartlett. My name is Kevin Cuniff. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for the Miccosukee Tribe of Indians of Florida, and I'm here today to reiterate the support and recommendation that was sent to you by letter, signed by Chairman Talbert Cypress yesterday, regarding the Western Everglades Restoration Project and the Governing Board's support of this and resolution. Before I wrap that portion up, I'd like to go back to 2019 when I accompanied a group of folks who came to Washington, D.C. for a task force meeting where at that time the Western Everglades Restoration Project was being recommended to be dropped from consideration within CERP. At that time, I was serving the Seminole Tribe of Florida, and along with my colleagues, made that ask to the task force that work be given additional time and effort to be addressing some of the ongoing issues that had plagued it since its planning process began in 2016. After that task force meeting, the Corps and the district came back together and began a process to re-engage on the issue. And to the district's credit, hosted, along with the Corps, a series of workshops to try and get us back on track and to try and engage all the stakeholders within the largest footprint of a CERP project. In the years following, I want to commend that the Water Management District has done a very excellent job at trying to address these issues, and the staff has worked very diligently to try and hear the concerns of stakeholders, for whether they are tribal or landowners alike. And here we are today. You have a very important action before you. I'd like to say that WERP is the cornerstone project of CERP in order to have this great effect for all of the system and for the people who live in it. The Miccosukee Tribe does not support condemning land, whether that's by the state or by the federal government. It is a pain that the tribe knows very well, with 805 acres that were taken for Picayune Strand restoration, only to see that land reorganized into the Fakahatchee Strand State Park. I want to recommend that the governing board pass this resolution and give its support for work moving forward and to empower your very capable and dedicated staff to continue to work toward the solutions that we need in order to address water quality within the Feeder Canal Basin, as well as to continue
Please.
pre-SERP, yes ma'am, pre-SERP activities to move water across the Tamiami Trail, which has started with the L28 tieback culverts. I really appreciate you all taking this consideration, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Caniff. We'll hear next from Jeff Dixon, followed by Benita Whalen.
Hello again. I'd like to talk to you now about some things we learned through Sunshine. A little disturbing. So after the first public meeting that the stakeholders, the private stakeholders, were taken to and told about this project, I asked the project manager, why weren't we told about this before? This has been going on for a long time. His answer was, we really don't know who to contact, and we put something out in the newspaper. Who has read a newspaper? Anyway, we found out through Sunshine that that was incorrect, that was a lie, and it's just very disturbing. So both of my grandfathers fought in World War II out of Pearl Harbor, and they fought for a government for the people and by the people. And this doesn't seem like that government to us, those of us that are the private stakeholders. I just wanted to get that out there. Let's talk about the water level we have in the Western Weir right now. So you guys produced a chart that showed we are within the hydrological range of where we need to be, just slightly below center on that chart. And you also showed that same chart, you showed it to be, with this project implemented, all the way near the very top of that chart. And I say to you, that's a bad place to be, because if you think about it, there's nobody in this building that's not going to admit global warming is happening, and water levels are rising. And yet we're going to take and put the water in this area, this very sensitive area, as some of these other people have mentioned, all the way to the top of that chart, so it has nowhere to go. If it's all the way up there, we're going to have catastrophic problems when we have rain events like we're having this year. We're already there right now. We were above the high water line a few weeks ago and after that first rain, and now we're basically at the high water mark. So that's without this project being implemented. So it's a little bit scary. And really, I just wanted to say that if this thing goes through, my grandchildren or my children are going to be in front of your predecessors, and they're going to look back and they're going to say, hey, we need to get this thing back the way it was in 2024. Otherwise, the entire Everglades in the western side over in the Western Weir is going to be destroyed. I also want to, I do a lot of complaining when I come up here. I do want to thank all of you here at South Florida Water Management. You guys have really listened to us, and we appreciate everything you've done, and I know you're doing the best you can to make this thing work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. We'll hear next from Benita Whalen, followed by George Boyer.
Thank you for this opportunity. Benita Whalen, Florida Cattlemen's Association, Water and Environmental Manager. The association has been just celebrated over 90 years, and the foundation of the association is landowner private property rights. Cattle have been in Florida for over 500 years. That's quite heritage for Florida and a way of living. And I think everybody recognizes the importance that's provided to the state by all of that green space. But in addition to green space, I'd like to throw out blue space because of all of the water benefits that are provided on agricultural properties and ranch lands. Infiltration, water quality. I mean, you've heard landowners speak about the amount of water that's already on their properties as we speak from recent rainfalls. I'm not going to take a lot of time to speak specifically about the components of WIRP. You've got landowners that are very engaged, well-spoken, well-represented. The resolution itself does contain very good information about coordinating with landowners moving forward, not having any adverse impacts as far as flood protection, all good components to the resolution. One component to the resolution, you know, I think everybody understands what the law does allow, but we would just encourage that the board commit to honoring private landowners' positions with regards to what happens with their properties. Substantial progress has been made coordinating with stakeholders. Just like to encourage that that continues moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Whalen. We'll hear next from George Boyer, followed by Heather Kleckler.
Hey, how you doing? Good evening, Government Board. My name's George Boyer. I'm a stakeholder out in the Glades area. I have a lot of passion for the Lake Okeechobee and the surrounding areas. Similar to Mr. Bergeron there, I really care about the wildlife, and it means a lot to me. And I watched it, I watched it get converted over the years as a boy. Since I was 5, we used to take the back roads to the Big Cypress. Spent 20 years of my life in the Big Cypress, and down the L1 Canal, through Snake Valley, go in through the rodeo grounds, all the back roads. And I've watched the water, being converted. I've watched sugar cane get converted sawgrass to sugar cane. I watched the whole process. And we're also tree farmers in the Glades. And I've watched the muck deplete. We had 8 foot of muck on the front of our property and 6 towards the back. Now we have 4 in the front and 3 foot in the back. So the muck has depleted. And what that's caused is a twice the amount of water. And it really upsets me when, people like Ben here and Mr. Olson, their lands get flooded when we're farming a floodplain. We never mention the real elephant in the room. We talked about the sewer. I heard a comment. We talk about the spraying, the aquatic spraying. But the real elephant in the room is we have to reduce the amount of sugar mills. We do. We do. We cannot, the 700,000 acres cannot handle the amount of water we have now. And it's causing flooding on private property. We're flooding the natural habitat. And we have to have more storage in the EAA. And something has to give. It has to give. We have to open up that river of grass, and we have to connect it to the EAA, to the reservoir. And we have to plant it with natural habitat, pond apple forest like it was in Native 100 years ago, cypress heads, and let it flow naturally. And that's what needs to happen. We beat around the bush, and we worry about the future development, the golden parachutes. We need to put that away, forget about the money, and put it back the way God intended it to be, and do the right thing. So be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boyer.
Yeah.
We'll hear next from Heather Kleckler, followed by Pat Howell.
Good morning. Sorry I'm late. It's my kid's first day of school and my oldest senior year, and I don't miss that. But I listened to it the whole way here, so I heard everything. But I feel like we need to take a step back and look at the whole picture. The problem is not the people in this room. It's not. Everybody here loves the land. Everybody here loves old Florida, right? The problem is not in the room, and that's development. And my thing is, if we don't stick together and if we're not all at the table, they're going to overtake us while we're wasting time butting heads, right? If we don't come together and hurry up and get a plan and stop wasting time arguing with each other, they're going to take over. The people in this room are not the problem. The people in this room love Florida, whether that be the tribe, whether that be Everglades National Park, the landowners, Mike Elfenbein and Marshall Jones walking around barefoot in the Everglades. Mr. Bergeron, his place is pristine. The people in this room love Florida, and that is why we all have to be at the table, because we want to keep it the way that it is. We don't want any more development. We don't want any more moving in from the sides. So we have to go together forward on this. Otherwise, nothing's going to work. I am very happy with the resolution. I mean, there's a few things in the wording but you already know that because I sent the letter. But 2 years ago, almost to the day, and I know that because it was my kid's first day of school then, I was in the library in Immokalee with the Army Corps of Engineers telling me that they were gonna take Wingate Mill Ranch and turn it into an SDA. And I left that meeting. They asked me to go to dinner, and I couldn't go because I wanted to go see my kids and have dinner with them and see how their day went. But I sobbed the whole way home because what am I going to do? Because everything I've ever heard is if you have to go against the Army Corps of Engineers, you're going to lose. Because if they want it, they get it. They don't care who they step on. Sorry. But that was 2 years ago, and my hands were tied. I said, I'm facing a giant. I don't know how to beat him. So I just got on my knees and prayed. And now we're here 2 years later, my kids' first day of school again, and I get to go home and tell them, we have a solution, we have a resolution, and we're gonna work together so you don't have to lose the land that you grew up on, that I grew up on, that my parents grew up on, that my grandparents grew up on, because we came to an agreement. And I could not be happier about that. And I thank y'all so, so very much, and I'm gonna hug your neck and your neck after this meeting, because I'm relieved. Thank you very much. Oh, also, vote yes on 2. Send the water south. Go Gators, and God is good. That is all.
Thank you, Ms. Kleckler. We'll hear next from Pat Howell and then move over to our virtual participants.
Good morning. I'm Pat Howell. I'm a landowner out in the Western Feeder Basin. Coming over this morning, we listened to the comments. You just heard my daughter. I don't know a whole lot more that I can talk about, except I'm against the backfilling of the canals. I won't ever approve of that, regardless of what it costs me. You're talking about our legacy, our heritage, our livelihood. I live on the property. Yes, we're probably one of the biggest landowners there, so I'm obligated to do what I have to do to protect it. You've heard Mr. Alderman. Some of the board members has been there. Some of you's been lucky enough to even see a black bear in your little trip around the canals. But these canals we're talking about were built years ago, probably 60 years ago, and we've used them to maintain this property in a way that we don't let all the water go. We don't hold all the water. We manage the water just like we manage our land, just like we manage our cattle. And if we don't do that, it all goes away. So, in the resolution that's been presented, yeah, there's some wording in there that probably needs to be changed to satisfy us. For one, no backfilling. 2, I think we need to look into the canal, goes across Garcias that we all keep talking about. We think that's a win-win for a lot of people in that district. Plus, we keep hearing about development. As long as I'm alive, there won't be no development in this property, I can assure you. As long as she's alive, there won't be no development. Now, once we're gone, I don't know what the grandyoung are gonna do. That's up to them. But I can assure you, they'll probably fight you on development. So we're there, we enjoy what we do, we love what we do, or we wouldn't be there. Part of our land borders Mr. Bergeron, and I stand with him. The wildlife that we have down there, that we got to protect. We kind of touch on it a little bit, but we really don't bring it home. There's a lot of game in there, everything. You name it, we've got it, I think. We got more of some than what we'd really like, but it's there. So we're gonna protect it. And the reason it's there is the farmer and the ranchers in this area are the stewards of this land. We protect it. We do everything we can to keep it like it is, and we don't want to change it. So I just ask you to, like she said, just slow down, take a breath, look at this, and as Mr. Bartlett said in one of the meetings before, let's get it right the first time. That's what we need to do. We don't need to go back and correct something that we do because we got in a hurry. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. We'll hear next from Marissa Carozzo, followed by John Rozier. Ms. Carozzo, please unmute your mic. Ms. Carozzo put her hand down. We'll hear next from John Rozier. Mr. Rozier, please unmute your mic.
Yeah, this is John Rozier representing the Everglades Coordinating Council. We just want to echo Mike Effelbeim's comments earlier about the wilderness designation in the resolution you guys are proposing. We're very much against that, and we would hope that you guys would follow through. And the other thing we'd like to just say is that we really hope that the landowners' rights are respected and there be no taken away from them. And many of the other comments about the water levels, you know, the modeling shows it's not going to be bad, but we'd really like to see some more proof that it's not going to be bothered and it's not going to be higher than it needs to be. So, like I said, we echo also many of the stakeholders there, what they've spoke to you about, you know, the water and the stewards of the lands and all like that. So basically that's it. Thank you. And I want to say I appreciate the district working with stakeholders way more than many of the other governmental agencies that we have to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rozier. We'll hear next from Daniel Watson, followed by Nyla Pipes. Mr. Watson, please unmute your mic.
Good morning. Daniel Watson, public landowner. There's not too many things I can say here to improve upon what's already been said. Not going to take up the whole time beating up a dead horse. I echo all the comments that have been made by the private landowners and Mike Elfenbein. The only thing I'd like to add is I appreciate the district and contacting and working with all the stakeholders. It is extremely important moving forward with WIRP, and the more you listen to these private landowners and people that are out there walking in the swamp a few days a week, the better off we'll be instead of just relying strictly on scientists. These private landowners seem to be managing their land on first impression a lot better than some of the agencies. And for them, it's not a job, it's their life. It's more than clocking in and clocking out. They live there, they manage their property well. I'd keep them involved in the decision-making processes moving forward. Again, I'm a regular person, I'm not a scientist, but I use common sense. When it comes to WIRP, you can't put the same amount of historical water south that you did with 50% of the Everglades left. If you put the same amount of water south on half the area, it's going to be twice as deep. I'm not a scientist, but I know if you see elevated water up to the base of a pine tree for more than 60 days, that's not historical water level. Those pine trees would be dead. 60 days of inundation will kill a tree island, as we've seen already. There's no trust in the models because people are out there watching the base of pine trees get wet for up to 60 days. And as long as we've worked on WIRP and SERP, since SERP started, at least in the past 6 years, we've not gone 1 year without a high water event in 3A. If I'm wrong, correct me. Right now, tell me we've gone 1 year without a high water event. So we're putting the cart before the horse. We're pushing water south, but it's not getting past Tamiami. Sheet flow is a couple inches of constant sheet flow. We're not trying to make a lake. Again, I appreciate the time to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. We'll hear next from Nyla Pipes, followed by Marissa Carozzo. Ms. Pipes, please unmute.
Sound check.
We hear you.
Fantastic. Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. I am really glad to hear that we have a resolution on the table that uses words like refinement and updated modeling. I will echo that a lot of people don't trust the modeling, so I encourage you to continue the conversations as we move forward. Jen brought up the 8.5 square mile area and our ability to compromise and our ability to handle these contentious conversations. And I think she painted it in a little rosier light than history actually was. What actually happened there is the people in the 8.5 square mile area had to fight for decades to stay on their land. They fought the Army Corps multiple times once we expanded Everglades National Park and restored Chalk River Slough. The Army Corps kept coming back, wanting to buy them out, looking at eminent domain, talking to them about the fact that they were on the wrong side, quote unquote, of the levee. We all live in the Everglades. Miami Airport is built in the Everglades. So it's a little rough to kind of pinpoint some areas as people being there and in the wrong, while we continue to let people expand. Development was mentioned earlier, and I absolutely agree. We need to be conscious of that in these conversations. We tend to go after ag land because it seems like an easier get. So I just caution you in using the 8.5 square mile area as a great example. It's actually an example of why all of these people are coming to you and saying, hey, wait a minute, this isn't right. They don't want to have to fight our own government for decades to stay on their generational land. I want you to know that I stand beside the landowners, also the inholders. Don't forget that our Gladesman culture is a protected culture. They are equal in the national government, in the federal government's eyes, as far as Everglades restoration goes, with our tribes. Yes, we need the benefits from this project, but we need to do it right. I encourage you to listen to the landowners, include the inholders. Make sure eminent domain is off the table. Put that in writing. Fight for the residents of your state. Yeah, we're partners with the federal government. We have a long history, and there's a lot of mistrust. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. We'll hear next from Marissa Carozzo. Ms. Carozzo, please unmute.
Good morning. Audio working this time?
Yes, we hear you.
Thank you. I'm Marissa Carozzo on behalf of the National Parks Conservation Association, and we really appreciate the opportunity to comment in support of the Western Everglades Restoration Project resolution that is before you today. The final PIR and EIS represent years of planning and modeling, tribal consultation, landowner and public input, and many stakeholder meetings that led to this point. And we especially appreciate the South Florida Water Management District, the Army Corps, and the other state and federal agency partners working to deliver a plan that will bring these long-awaited ecosystem benefits to Big Cypress National Preserve, tribal lands, and beyond. We'd also like to thank the agencies for your ongoing commitment to stakeholder engagement and agency discussions to talk about the anticipated outcomes of work in additional planning and modeling and their impact on environmental, community, and cultural resources, especially as it relates to the critical issue of water quality. So we absolutely recognize that further planning and engineering will refine these project components in the months ahead once WIRB has been authorized by Congress in WRDA 2024, and we look forward to seeing the Chief's report in September. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Carozzo. Mr. Chairman, we have no additional public comment on this item.
Thank you, Molly, and thank you all very much for your comments. Mr. Bartlett?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thanks for the opportunity. I wanted to, we did get a letter from the Western landowners last night that had some suggested edits to the resolution, and I wanted to address those. I do have one proposed amendment that I'd like to make for you to consider, otherwise I wouldn't be talking. But I do want to address them one by one, and there were 5 comments. So first of all, no backfilling of the Wingate Mill and Lard Can canals will take place. That is certainly, we are committed to not use backfill as the feature. As we crafted the words for the resolution itself, one of the ideas that folks are interested in is a weir, right? Instead of a plug, a weir, or a step-down weir system, we want to experiment with those. And as I talked to the engineering staff, they remind me that I'm going to have to use a little fill if I'm going to build a weir. So that's the only reason it doesn't say no backfilling whatsoever, right? So there is an engineering solution that we're looking at with respect to weirs. So that's why we wrote it the way we wrote it. The new canal connection over to Lard Can, which is one that was requested, as the video runs, we are going to explore that. We're going to pursue that option. What I don't want to do is amend a resolution that talks about someone else's private property without having had that conversation with those peoples. We heard Garcia Farms a number of times today. I'm not sure they're here, but between last night and today, I haven't had that conversation. So the commitment is there. We're going to look at that option. We're going to engage those landowners, but I don't recommend we change this resolution with respect to that. Now, the second one is not request the federal government. This is the change I want to make, because I do want to make this commitment, right? The way our agreement with the Corps exists right now, we are responsible for all the land acquisition. But there is an opportunity, so the Corps won't do it, but there is an opportunity for us to request the Corps to do that and give the Corps funds to do that, right? So I would like to, and Mayor Cruz can give you this, this change. And so in section 3, it says, furthermore, the district will not use eminent domain to achieve any project purpose. So we would like to insert, furthermore, the district will not use or request the federal government to use eminent domain to achieve any work objectives without governing board approval and using authority under state law and funding from the state of Florida budget. So I do think that's a very valid comment. That I wanted to address that concern, because without that in this resolution, staff could ask the Corps to start those proceedings. But I'd rather set it up to where we would have to have a public engagement with you before starting those proceedings, which, by the way, we have absolutely no desire of doing, okay? That is not something we would contemplate without years of working with a landowner up front. So not anything we would be interested in doing. Let's see, the flood protection level of service for property located south of Wingate Mill. The way we read our section 2 is that we will work with everybody such that WIRP is implemented and operated in a way that achieves the project benefits and avoids adverse hydrologic impacts to private property. It is not geographically bound, that commitment. It's impacts to private property wherever they might exist. Right? That's the way we're making this commitment. So there's not a specific location we're talking about there. And then the last one is, how does this get, it's just a question, how does this get part of the WIRP project? When we send our letter up, we will attach this resolution to our letter. It becomes an official part of the administrative record for the Army Corps of Engineers in their WIRP project component. So I gave you an amended a resolution to take care of that one item about requesting the federal government to use eminent domain, which I do not intend to ever do, but I certainly want to make sure there's a public engagement on that, were that to happen. There might have been one other thing. Nope, I think that was it. Is that all of the comments? I'll double check, but anyway, back to you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Butler?
Drew, before you get away from that, one quick clarification question.
Gotcha.
The last point, number 5, part of the public record. Can you explain to me, I mean, where in the public record is that? I mean, you said it, but.
Administrative record.
Administrative record. So explain that to me, please.
Sure. So whenever the federal government makes an agency decision, takes an agency action, they have to put an administrative record together to support that agency action. And so our letter and resolution will be a part of that administrative record. And the boundaries around that administrative record are what is used to test against the legal requirements of the law. So if WIRP were to get challenged, that administrative record is put in as what is part of that challenge. So
When would that administrative record go live?
it gets codified when they sign the record of decision. So right when 17 years of federal government experience here,
Right, yeah.
So as soon as the federal government makes their agency action, like he signs the record of decision for submittal to Congress, that's when the administrative record is created, and it will be a part of that administrative record.
So that's the end of the chief's report to Congress?
Yes.
Essentially.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I'll come back, I got more.
Go ahead. Sure.
All right. First off, I think I referenced it last month. I've referenced it before, but thank you to everyone who has come out today and commented. Thank you to all the stakeholders. In particular, I've got a fondness for the landholders adjacent to the project. Time away from your business, your farms, your ranches, your family. I respect that and recognize that's in today and it has been for many years. That's just part of owning land, is staying engaged in the process. Unfortunately, it's a cost. So thank you, and thank you for sharing the knowledge. Thank you for bringing ideas, being a part, being willing to help craft something and help thread the needle. 8.5 square mile went on for decades. Drew, your team landed it. Next question, Drew, are you going to be around to land this? Western feeder.
God willing, the creek don't rise.
So next question is in that process, how long till we see a developed plan? Assuming things move forward today, how long till we see a plan for the Western feeder basin? Best guess,
So we're getting close on the tool development that we are putting in place right now. So we anticipate having some roundtable discussions with the landowners to practice using that tool and modeling things like that south boundary connection canal that Mr. Alderman talked about. We think that we can start that work this fall. It'll probably take us several months, maybe even a year, to go through alternatives and get that right and take a look at the water quality data that we have coming in. So we've started collecting additional water quality information so that we can start pinpointing more precise water quality. And that's going to have to evolve over time as well, right? One single point of data doesn't really help us understand numbers for water quality information. And so that will need to be a multi-year effort as we look at water quality specifically and we try to pinpoint that part. But in terms of volumes, I think we can start modeling those alternatives this winter.
Okay. Again, you say we, so the district is the one, again, taking a lead that will be doing the modeling.
We have the lead on that, but the Corps has been very supportive of participating in that effort with us.
Okay. And doing the outreach.
Yeah, and of course with the landowners. I mean, that's the commitment that we've made.
Okay.
We need them at the table as well as the tribes so that we can figure this out and get it right. Everyone, as you've heard multiple times today, but also in previous meetings, there's a lot of information and knowledge out there, and we want to take advantage of that. There's no reason to not have everybody at the table. That's the best way to get a plan that works.
And I don't, in my comments, I don't want to discount, thank you for the tribe's engagement. And I know this is we've all known it. I mean, this is project that is very important to the tribes, and which is the reason the seriousness about this has been taken. I'm back to my thank yous, though. I also want to thank the landowners for some of their commitments to helping to potentially do projects to help solve part of the water quality issues. We've already got, your team's already got those commitments, right? I mean.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to really thank so many of the landowners who've given us access to their lands, allowed us to take survey data, water quality samples. Really, we've had so much support from so many private landowners as well as the tribes in gathering information and helping us do this better.
Okay. One last thing, one last point here. You know, we talk about a culvert system with a gate and backing water up. Just in general things, that's not legal, right? You can't back water up on a neighbor, right, in the state of Florida?
Yeah, it is against both state and federal law for us to purposefully flood private land.
Okay.
And that's
and
part
or
of it.
allow somebody else.
Right, and so there is, that's one of the points I wanted to make, because we are talking about protecting private property from these impacts. While we have this in our resolution, this resolution doesn't have the same kind of power that Congress has or the state legislature have, and they've already written this, right? So it is, whether it's ITEC, whether it's anything going on, there's a statute that says you can't reduce that level of service for flood control. So that will override. It doesn't matter what the core writes or says, that will override, right? So it is very much a foundation of SERP. And so what we have to do is prove that we're doing that, right? We have to come up with solutions that prove that that will be the outcome. And so that's what we're committing to do. But no matter what we write here, that law exists. So I just wanted to kind of re-emphasize that. So I appreciate it.
And just like our reservoirs, where we've got monitoring around reservoirs to make sure we're not impacting landowners, we're going to have the same type of analysis and tools to monitor and make sure we're not impacting landowners, right?
I would assume so, yeah.
Yes, we have both groundwater and surface water monitoring included as part of the plan.
Okay. All right, that's all I got right now, Chair. And we get to that point, I'd love to add the amendment in.
Is there further discussion before we?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'm abstaining from voting, but I'm not prohibited by section 1123143 from otherwise participating in these matters. I really appreciate what South Florida respectfully is doing to make sure that we're restoring and not destroying the environment. A little bit of history, our family's been here for 8 generations. I entered this area over 3/4 of a century ago. I actually left Broward County in an airboat with a grandfather that was a game warden. And I'd seen this river of grass in the Big Cypress before it was compartmentalized. Kind of telling my age here a little bit, but that's okay. But the crossing the River of Grass in 1946, as a young boy, entering the Big Cypress, and our family has has lived in the Everglades for 3/4 of a century, entering Florida back in the 1800s. And I'm a property owner. And I have lived the culture of the old pioneer families, just like these property owners. And I'm very proud of that. And I entered 50 years ago as one of many pioneer families to establish the Big Cypress Preserve. And I'm very proud of that, the greatest preservation of land in modern time. And I'm very proud of all these property owners. There's about 50,000 acres and about 50 property owners that have lived in this environment. And they house up to 1/3 of the panthers, the only sustainable population left on the planet. And you have 2,000 bears running around. And they have been great stewards of this land. They love their culture, their heritage, their roots, their identity. And they have maintained their land. They have more wildlife on their land than you've got in the Big Cypress Preserve. And I want to say that I'm a big supporter of Everglades restoration. As I've said in the past, the largest environmental restoration in the history of the world. So important to 10 million people. But understand you're in a geographical area. The main corridor to the Caloosahatchee, the connectivity to the panther. Documented main corridor. Primary breeding ground of the panther. And it's one of the most pristine areas in the whole Everglades. And these people have been the greatest stewards of that land. They run their cattle, they've left their hammocks, they've left their property so pristine. Moving up to the beginning of all this in 2016, starting to plan, which is extremely important, Western Everglades. And that plan, 95% of it is extremely beneficiary to restoring the Everglades, backfilling the L-28, backfilling the L-28 interceptor. Extremely important because those channels let water travel much faster than the oozing river of grass. And by doing that, you're going to get hydration into the river of grass and into the Big Cypress Preserve through hydrostatic pressure and seepage from the bottom up. But anytime you're talking about introducing foreign agricultural water into a rain-driven system, it's on every PowerPoint that the Corps puts up. And I agree with them. It's a rain-driven system. And that's why the cleanest water in all the Everglades is the Big Cypress. So as we continue to go forward, and I want to compliment all our staff for coming up with a plan that truly restores. We have a fiduciary duty to do that. We don't have to destroy private property owners. that's been caretakers of the environment for over a century in doing that. You have, I want to thank the Corps for coming out 2 or 3 years ago and walked into the headwaters of the Kissimmee Billy and walked up to 500-year-old cypress trees, which I enjoy doing because there's something older than me, and recognizing and communicating that we were going to bulldoze down the Kissimmee Billy and 500-year-old cypress trees in the name of restoring. So I want to thank the Corps, boots on the ground, and South Florida Water Management for understanding where we were headed, and due to communication, to come up with solutions that at the end of the day, we don't have to destroy private property owners. We don't want to destroy the natural environment in the name of restoration. So we've come a long way in communicating with federal and state agencies, all these private property owners. They're not against Everglades restoration at all. But they don't want to be destroyed, and they don't want their environment to be destroyed, and they don't want their wildlife to be destroyed, and they don't want their livelihood to be destroyed in the name of restoring the Everglades. And I just really appreciate, and I apologize for the time I'm taking, Mr. Chairman, but I believe that in 2016, and here we are today in 2024, 8 years later, I'm a little disappointed that all these property owners were not communicated with a solution that truly restores and not destroy the environment. And I want to thank our staff for looking at the models. And remember this one thing. It's a rain-driven system. Nobody even denies that. And we can hydrate, but we got to hydrate from the bottom up. The Big Cypress Preserve is 50% uplands, pine islands, oak heads. It's not the river of grass. It's a pocketed system. And if you look at an aerial, every cypress dome is 360 degrees surrounded by pine islands and oak heads. Go back to the Central Everglades and what we're trying to do to move water south. All the panthers from 1981 to 1994 that were in that area, they're all in the Big Cypress now because of high water conditions. And we're working on that, and we're going to make it happen. But understand that the Big Cypress Preserve is a rain-driven system. I know we're doing all kinds of modeling, and that's good. But understand you have an average rain year, a heavy rain year, and you're in a pocketed rain-driven system. So as we go forward, and I can only say I'm a little disappointed that from 2016 to 2022, there was no communication to come up with solutions. But here we are today, and I really want to thank, again, South Florida for looking at the environment, and at the end of the day, the number one stakeholder in all of this, it's the environment. It's not the private property owners. It's not the tribes. We all count, but we can't go forward with a plan and call it Everglades restoration if we're not restorating. So I'm really excited that we we have communication, and we're working together to come up with a solution. And from 2016 to 2024, over 8 years, the solutions, the original plan that started all of this was to connect Lardcan to the northern feeder STA, which pre-treats water and lets water move clean south naturally. And I just hope at the end of the day that we, all of us, together, for the benefit of the Miccosukes, the Seminole tribes, the private property owners, and the Big Cypress Preserve, that we come up with a plan that the environment is number one. I've lived in it my whole life. And I've walked into these cypress domes, and there's 500-year-old trees. They're older than America. And the high water mark is there. And 9 out of every 10 years that I've weighed in there, we're at the high water mark because it's a rain-driven system. And it can vary based upon tropical storms and things of that nature. So as we go forward, I really appreciate government working for the best interest of the environment and understanding with consideration to families that have lived there for centuries and have been the best caretakers that house all of this wildlife. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Ms. Meads?
I just wanted to tell Ben Olson, thank you for all the work you did. If you all could see, it wasn't a waste of time. It was really helpful and wonderful. Thank you for that. And to Mr. Alderman, thank you for giving us a truckload of grief. I'm one of those people who worry about what's happening to this country, and now I'm going to cry, but he always makes me cry. Can't do that to me, Ronnie. You can't do that to me. I worry about what's happening to our country. I worry about where we're headed, where we're going. And then I come in here and I see you guys come in and fight for your rights. And I know we're going to be okay, don't you? When a group of people come together to fight for what's right, and another group of people sit here and listen and hear you clearly, that's the way the system should work, and it gives me hope for the future, and I appreciate you.
Well said. Ben, you said something earlier about making a motion with an amendment.
I'll move to approve the resolution as including Drew's amendment. You got that on the screen there. I move to approve that resolution.
Okay. Is there a second?
As amended.
Need a second? I'll second it, Mr. Chair.
Do you need a second? Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? I would, before we vote on this, I would just like to say thank you all for coming. Thank you all for the engagement you've had over the years, and for, Ms. Mead said, fighting for what you believe in. This is government, I think, as it's supposed to work. Hearing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Mr. Bergeron is going to abstain. Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle, if you're on?
I'm on. I vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Steinle. I'm going to vote yes. That passes unanimously with Mr. Bergeron abstaining. Let's go ahead to the next one. I am trying. Green Hearted Everglades Project, Mr. Feeney.
Well, this should make you happy.
They have you here as Mr. Reaney, but I don't think that's your name.
So good morning, and thank you for allowing me to present an update on the Green Heart of the Everglades project. It's been more than a year since the governing board has met in Naples on this topic. And during that board meeting, there were still some uncertainties regarding the direction we would go with the management of this property. So I would like to take this opportunity to review some important details and milestones. As you recall, the Green Heart of the Everglades is approximately 11,053 acres and is located west of State Road 29 in Collier County. It is bisected by the Tamiami Trail, and the property is surrounded by the Fakahatchee Strand Preserve State Park to the west, Big Cypress National Preserve to the east, Everglades National Park in Everglades City to the south, and 10,000 Islands to the southwest. The Green Heart property is the last remaining sizable vacant land separating Fakahatchee Strand from the Big Cypress National Preserve and Everglades National Park. What makes the lands of the Green Heart of the Everglades so exceptional are the 9 distinct natural habitat types, including cypress forests, wetland prairies, coastal marshes, and mangrove swamps. And you know, there are many places in Florida where you can go from cypress forests and mangrove swamps in just a matter of miles, so it's very unique. And it's those unique habitats that host a variety of protected species, including 9 federally listed animal species such as the Everglades snail kite, 31 state-listed animal species including the Big Cypress fox squirrel, and 120 state-listed plant species, of which 36 orchids are on that list, including the rare ghost orchid. One of the most iconic animal species in the area is the Florida panther. The map on the right indicates the radio telemetry locations of panthers within the Green Heart property from 1981 to 2018. Now, this data tells me that the conditions and prey availability are just right for the species and further demonstrates the importance of maintaining the wildlife corridor in Southwest Florida. With all that in mind, Wild Landscapes International entered into an agreement with collier companies to acquire and protect these natural resources. And in 2022, the Florida legislature appropriated funding for the purchase of the Green Heart of the Everglades. The following year, the Department of Environmental Protection provided the South Florida Water Management District funding to purchase and close on the property from 4 different landowners, which included buying the oil and mineral rights to the land. The resulting acquisition of this property will enhance the habitat connectivity and preserve these exceptional Florida lands. Since the board last met on May 11th, 2023, the district's land stewardship staff have been busy developing an interim land management plan. We set up a email link to provide for the public to provide public comment, coordinated with multiple state agencies, and engaged with the public at multiple venues. This slideshow, this graphic here depicts the critical path we go through in order to develop a comprehensive land management plan. And our current location and time is right here, obviously, in the middle. And public participation has been high throughout this process and at each meeting. The consensus from those public meetings was that the local airboat businesses provide an important and unique experience that serve more than just an economic boost to Everglades City, and that the Gladesman culture is an important consideration in the development of an interim land management plan. Comments were provided that the plan should be based on a contiguous area that preserves traditional practices, restores and protects natural areas, and allows the public to hunt, fish, bird watch, and engage in recreational boating. All these meetings were highly productive and showcased the passion from the local residents, business owners, and Gladesmen. Our take-home message was pretty clear, that the management plan needs to be unique to that area, and that the district should retain all portions of the property rather than having the state park own and or manage the lands. So the reason behind that comment is that the state park system typically does not allow commercial activities, motorized vehicles, and hunting. Hearing those comments, the district coordinated with our state partners, incorporated the suggested changes, and decided to retain all the portions of the Green Heart property. Because the district decided to retain all the lands within the Green Heart property, we're able to walk down a very familiar process to open the lands for public use, allow for commercial activities, and to provide sustainable hunting for generations to come. To that end, I am pleased to present the following actions for the board today. To designate the entire property as a management area, to adopt the interim land management plan, and to authorize FWC to create a public small game hunting area. So designating the land as a management area is our first step to allowing more public access and recreation. And what does that mean? Well, currently the property is undesignated vacant lands, and that's only currently open sunrise to sunset. But effective upon the board approval today, the lands will be accessible 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Fishing and boating will be allowed, as well as passive recreation, and navigable waters will remain accessible in accordance with state and federal laws. The next step is to request the board to adopt the interim land management plan. This plan guides the management of the property through the next 5-year period and was developed through extensive stakeholder participation. The interim land management plan includes historical and resource inventory information, past land management activities, and guides and identifies goals, objectives, and management strategies to be implemented over the next 5 years. Some of those goals include manage natural communities and modified habitats to protect and enhance resources, manage nuisance and invasive species, protect, enhance, and restore historic hydrology, provide nature-based recreation opportunities, and I really want to emphasize this next point. The plan allows for commercial airboat tours. The plan will also identify, maintain, and improve facilities and infrastructure, as well as identify and protect existing cultural resources. This interim plan is the bridge to the general management plan, which will be presented back to the governing board in 5 years. As you can see, nature-based recreation is a large component of the interim plan. Your land management section is committed to providing the maximum level of public access consistent with the management designation. On this slide, I've got some examples of typical recreation that will be allowed, including airboating, hiking, biking, bird watching, wildlife viewing and photography, hunting, fishing, kayaking, and stargazing. Having said that, the third action proposed today is to authorize the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to establish portions of the land as a public small game hunting area. Doing so will allow FWC to establish specific hunting seasons, dates, and areas for small game hunting. And while those details still need to be fleshed out, we anticipate waterfowl hunting in portions south of 41 and other small game hunting in portions north of 41, as well as python removal by the public and our agency contractors. Over the coming year, we'll be identifying the property boundaries, creating public access points, working with FWC to establish hunting seasons, and determining other sustainable recreational use opportunities. We'll work with FWC to amend our existing contractual language, develop area regulations, and identify the necessary law enforcement responsibilities to keep the public safe. So with that, I'd like to present the following resolution for your consideration.
Well, thanks. Great job on this. We'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll hear first from Tom Dow.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Dow, and I am here on behalf of Everglades Isle, a homeowners association, RV resort, and marina in Everglades City. Everglades Isle wholeheartedly supports the Green Hearts of the Everglades project, and we are excited for the new opportunities for public access right in our backyard. Our residents look forward to kayaking, fishing, bird watching, and exploring all the nature-based recreation opportunities this land has to offer. The Green Hearts of the Everglades represents the final puzzle piece connecting Fakahatchee, Strand, Big Cypress, Everglades National Park, and the 10,000 Islands in conservation. At least 40 threatened or endangered species call this place home, and the inclusion of mineral rights precludes gas and mineral exploration. In that vein, Everglades Isle believes regulation of commercial use of the property is a crucial part of this process. We need to make sure that commercial uses are compatible with the property and in furtherance of the district's goals and objectives. Many people and organizations came together to make this project a reality. David Houghton at Wild Landscapes International and Ernie Cox at Family Lands Remembered set the stage. The district closed the deal and held numerous meetings with stakeholders and has put together a unit management plan that ensures this important natural resource is protected. Everglades Isle would like to thank the district for making this project happen, and we look forward to seeing you out in the green heart of the Everglades.
Thank you, Mr. Dow. We'll hear next from Robert Volpe, followed by Mike Elfenbein.
Good morning, board members, Chair. My name is Robert Volpe. I represent Jungle Herbs Airboat Tours, a commercial airboat tour operation in the green heart of the Everglades management area. I'd like to first thank you for the consideration that you've given this. Mr. Feeney, for your presentation. Thank you. The staff for their work with the stakeholders. We've participated in the recreation forums. We submitted comments to the interim management plan, the draft that was presented, and all of this thoughtful consideration that you and your staff have put into this plan, I think, Mr. Chair, as you mentioned, resulted in a better product in the end, and we appreciate that you've developed a plan that works for everyone. Previously, you recognized that the commercial airboat tour industry is an important economic driver in the area. It's important to the culture, the Gladesman way of life, and it provides a sustainable way to access, for the public to access the green heart of the Everglades management area. So we appreciate that you have recognized that, and we thank you again for your hard work on this. We look forward to working with you as you move forward in this interim plan and into the long-term management plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volpe. We'll hear next from Mike Elfenbein, followed by Patrick Eiler.
Hi, guys. This is fun. Jen, there was something you said in your previous presentation that is reflected here in this, and that is that the opportunity here from so many people helps us come to a great conclusion. And I think that this project is the perfect example of that. And it should serve as a template for how this agency and other agencies come together with everybody to find the path forward. And to that note, all of the governing board has been instrumental in this, but Charlotte has been unequivocally probably the champion of all of these amazing projects. And I've said this before, I'll say it again, till it gets some traction, is that the district should consider a bronze statue of Charlotte Roman somewhere in Southwest Florida.
I'll second that.
I'll second that.
This project is heartwarming to see the district take into consideration so many perspectives and positions of interest and come up with something that works for everybody is incredible. It's a testament to your leadership, Drew, Rory, you and your team, and again, this morning's congratulations to the Public Recreation and Use team. This is what they do, and they're doing an exceptional job. It's been a pleasure to work with Patrick Eiler and Ernie Cox from Family Lands Remembered and David Houghton from Wild Landscapes International, who worked really diligently behind the scenes, not only to make sure that all the stakeholders were at the table from the beginning, but also to work with the landowners to facilitate a great deal. And also a great big thank you to Sean Hamilton for taking into consideration what it was to have the lands not in DEP's name, but in the district's name. So thank you to all involved and the great team here at the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elfenbein. We'll hear next from Patrick Eiler, followed by Ricky Smith.
Afternoon, I guess, everyone.
My name is Patrick Eiler. I'm with Family Lands Remembered. I just want to say a couple quick words. We help facilitate the deal with Wild Landscapes International, and I'm just really excited to see this completed. I mean, 3 years of hard work, which, as many of you know, is kind of like light speed to do any kind of environmental project. And so, you know, just working to bring the landowners to the table and moving the project to closing was tough. And as you saw in the map, or maybe you have it now because it's colored in, this was the hole in the donut. It was a large piece of private land in the Everglades region that was not protected. And now it is, and as Mr. Feeney said, there's massive mangrove forests. Actually, I found out one of the rarest habitats in the world that are now protected and critical panther habitat. Equally important is, as Mike said and everyone, you guys listen to the landowners, to the community, and really move that forward. And I cannot appreciate that enough. As Mike said as well, we talk to each other a lot. So your efforts should be a model for stakeholder engagement, not only here in the state of Florida, but nationally and internationally. I mean, you guys listen and you guys effectively implement the advice. And so it brings me so much joy to see these lands opened up to the public. I really enjoyed that you guys are going to put in access points and all that stuff. And ecotourism in the Everglades city is critically important, and I'm looking forward to see what you guys do next. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Eiler. We'll hear next from Ricky Smith, followed by Newton Cook.
Afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your time. Really, mine's going to be real short. I just want to thank all the staff. Thank the board for their directives to the staff in the beginning. But Rory, Jennifer, we've tried to work hand in hand with everybody, but even all the other organizations, the airboat associations, the kayakers. I've been to every one of these meetings. I haven't missed one yet. Everybody has been supportive of this whole deal. And from here forward, the next 5 years, anything we can do to help, we're always here. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. We'll hear next from Newton Cook and then move over to our virtual participants.
Newton Cook, United Waterfowlers of Florida. This is one of those unusually great days when I have nothing but positive things to say. No waving of the arms, no pounding of the podium today. But seriously, I think today does represent something regarding the district. First, the recreation group gets Team of the Month. That's an incredible achievement because this is billions of dollars of money going out the door here for a lot of projects, and yet recreation was recognized, and that's important. The Green Heart of the Glades represents another of those success stories of where an agency went and listened to the people who are involved. And I think everyone knows my motto regarding recreation and access to public land, and that is that everybody has to have a place to play. I mean, it is public land, and everybody should have a place to play. And that has worked out so far with this particular project. Today we had also the Rocky Glades additional area added. So that's 6,000 acres. Here's 11,000 acres. So that's 16,000 acres of new areas for people to play, and that's important. Now this is a complex piece of property. It's going to take some real work and some real cooperation between the FWC and the district and the different people. It is a unique property because it does go from Cypress right down to salt water. And how we do that is going to be interesting, but there's one thing I guarantee you, we all work together with the FWC and the district to get a good management plan and make it a place that we can preserve for the future, but also can use for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Moving over to our virtual participants, we'll hear first from Daniel Watson, followed by Nyla Pipes. Mr. Watson, please unmute.
almost lunchtime. Good afternoon, everybody. Daniel Watson again, public landowner. I want to thank the district first for providing the schedule where work was ahead of the Green Heart of the Everglades project. It's nice to end on a good note. I have nothing but thank you, and we're real thrilled that the district was involved with the stakeholders planning this out, maintains the control over the land. It's very important that South Florida Water Management District maintains control over the land and provides recreational access. I can't thank you enough, like Newton said, and these recreational forums that I see Newton running all the time, that's a great place for FWC and the district to get together with stakeholders as the land management plan moves forward in the next 5 years. But really appreciate you reaching out to stakeholders and also providing recreational access. It looks like not too many compromises had to be made and everyone can walk away happy. Again, this is a shining beacon of what can occur when everybody's involved from the very beginning and throughout the whole process. We all walk away happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. We'll hear next from Nyla Pipes, followed by John Rozier. Ms. Pipes, please unmute.
Sound check?
We hear you.
All right. Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation, acutely aware that I stand between y'all and lunch. But I have to join the crowd saying, hey, this is awesome. We did it. I'm acutely aware, especially via Zoom, that I can come across as a bit demanding, critical, sometimes even shrill. But this is a day to celebrate, and I'm really excited about this. I want to let you know that I think it's amazing how you worked with everyone, how you took into account the economy of the small communities down there at the very tip of our peninsula that are very reliant on things like airboating and recreation for their economy and their, thriving communities. I also think it's really important that you listened to the people who access these lands for hunting purposes. My daughter harvested her first ducks on district-owned land, and we absolutely intend to continue that tradition. Hopefully we'll get to do so on this beautiful new wildlife management area. Thank you so much for everything, and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Next, we'll hear from John Rozier, followed by Ben Olson. Mr. Rozier, please unmute.
Yeah, John Rozier for the Everglades Coordinating Council again. Yeah, we're real happy with this. Anytime we have more access and recreational opportunities, we're all for it. As your presentation said, if another governmental agency had control of this, other than y'all or FWC, too many restrictions. And like I said, we're happy about that. And as a side note, being one who's very familiar with district lands, particularly 3A North and South, nobody talked about it, but the invasive plant growth that we have everywhere in the park and everything else, I know that in that area, now that you guys are controlling it, that will be taken care of also. And I just wanted to point that out because I didn't see it in her presentation, but I do know from, like I said, being out in 3A North and all that, Brazilian peppers and Napier grass and stuff like that, other parts of the other governmental controlled areas doesn't get taken care of, that I know it'll get taken care of in there. So like I said, we're happy about this. We're glad everybody got together. It's good for the economy. Again, I want to applaud the district on your recreational opportunities. It seems like you guys are just so easy to work with, and it seems like you guys are for recreational, and I know it's a part of your mandate. So we're just happy about it, and just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rozier. Next, we'll hear from Ben Olson, followed by Zachary Lombardo. Mr. Olson, please unmute.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
We hear you.
I had to leave because my ride decided it was time to go, but I just wanted to call in to thank you all very much. Ms. Meads, I sincerely appreciate your comments. I assure you, you will get even more information as I get more FOIA requests, because I really do appreciate you guys working with us, but I also want to figure out how we got to this point so we never have to deal with this with another project again. I really want to thank Mr. Butler for his assistance, but really all of the governing board, and especially the staff. Jen and Drew and everybody else have been excellent with working with us. You guys really have been the only agency that has listened to us. So I appreciate that, and I thank you. And I will be hammering into every detail and happy to work with you guys in the future. Thank you very much. I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Next, we'll hear from Zachary Lombardo, followed by Stephen Lenz.
Good afternoon. Thank you all very much. Zach Lombardo here on behalf of the City of Everglades. We just wanted to apparently echo most of the comments here and say thank you very much for working with us. We look forward to this, and I wanted to again emphasize, I saw in the goals looking to work with other agencies for management and funding. The city remains extremely interested in helping in any way possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardo. Next, we'll hear from Stephen Lenz. Mr. Lenz, please unmute.
Hey guys, everybody hear me okay?
Try speaking a little louder.
Can everybody hear me okay?
We hear you.
All right, great. Thank you guys so much, board. Thank you guys. I know you guys kind of came into this a little bit blindsided in the beginning in the Naples. And just really happy with the way things are going, and hope to continue, our relationship with South Florida.
Mr. Lenz, we're having trouble hearing you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We hear you now.
I don't know what's going on, but I just thank you to the board, and thank you guys, and we are looking forward to continuing our relationship with South Florida Water Management.
Mr. Lenz, you're muted.
It's okay, guys.
Thank you very much for your comment. Mr. Chairman, we have no additional public comments on this item.
Great. Thank you all very much for your comments. I appreciate them. And I want to just start by saying thanks to staff. I guess it was last May, or two Mays ago, when we were in Naples and Charlotte's Empire, and enjoying, and we got a room full of people, and I had no idea why we had a room full of people. And it was because of the Green Heart of the Everglades project, and everyone was concerned. They wanted to make sure that they could still use this property, and it turns out they couldn't have still used this property, and then we tacked a little bit, and it's worked out, and I just want to thank you all for being flexible and to keeping the board's intent, because that was clearly our intent at the time, was to make sure that we keep this open to public access. So I just want to thank you all on staff for working with everyone and doing what I think we promised we were going to do then, and I think this is, as Florida becomes fuller and people need more and more to do, as Mr. Cook was saying, this is a great opportunity for them to do that. So thank you all.
I have a comment, Mr. Chair. Yeah. This is an incredible acquisition. When you look at the acreage and the sensitive environment that it contains, it's just amazing. It's great for the people of Florida, and it's great for the environment. I mean, that's what you work for. It's something that hits all the right boxes and protects something for the future. But also, the people that have come and expressed their opinions, particularly our businesses and the citizens that engaged and stayed engaged, they've been engaged for a year. I mean, I've been at those public engagement meetings, and they've been full. And they kept showing up, and they kept giving us the best ideas and the best of their concerns. So that's important, too. And then the third thing, the interagency works. I mention the interagency often from the days at our meeting, but really DEP, the South Florida Water Management District, and FWC came together here, and our staff. Rory, you do a great job, you and your whole team. I mean, but there was a lot of legal wrangling here to get this aligned and on the trajectory so that we could make this happen. So my hat's off to everyone. I feel very proud about this acquisition and what we've been able to accomplish together. And thank you all for your hard work on this. I look forward to continue to stay engaged with the stakeholders and the mayor of the city of Everglades. Thank you.
Ms. Bergeron.
Yeah, I want to thank staff too, and our sister agencies, FWC and DEP, and Roy and all our staff for putting together such a plan with sustainable access and enjoyment to the public. I'm so proud to say that all of our state agencies represent the people, and to have sustainable access and enjoyment with preservation is so important. And this is not only the tourism, but if the public doesn't have sustainable access, the key, how can they ever fall in love with the environment? And I'm just so proud of all of our state agencies that our policies and platform. And I want to thank Newton Cook, that's here every meeting, representing the sportsmen, representing the outdoor people, to continue to have sustainable access that our agency stands for, and Mike Elkenbein. And I do want to say that Ed Marshall Jones, a family that's been in that Everglades for over a century, with the Gladesman's culture, so important that we have all your input. But this is an exciting day to have the preservation of such pristine property, but access to the public. So I want to thank you, Roy, and our staff, and it's a great day. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve this resolution for Green Heart of the Everglades.
I'll second that.
Thanks. I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion by the board? Hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Butler, yes. Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to vote yes. That passes unanimously. Thank you all very much, and thanks staff very much. We're going to now break for lunch until 1:10. go ahead and call the meeting back to order, and we're going to go to item number 27 on the agenda, which is technical reports with Mr. Mitnick and Mr. Glenn.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we'll start where we always start. They're looking at the rainfall over the past couple of months. You can see the month of July was just slightly below average, which makes up at least a little bit in part from the excessive rains that South Florida received during the month of June. But overall, as I said there on the left-hand side, July was pretty dry, and it kind of averaged out between July and June over there on the right-hand side of the graphic for the wet season to date. The majority of that rain that we have experienced this wet season, in large part attributed to Tropical Storm Debbie as it blew past the west coast, is over there on the southwest coast. And the amount of rain that area received just as the storm passed by. The least amount of rain is up the Kissimmee River Valley, as I'm sure Mr. Butler can attest to. It's been relatively dry up in that neck of the woods. And Palm Beach County has been running a close second in the dryness category. Taking a look at those lakes in the upper chain, you can see they've started to fill up with the recent rains there on the right-hand side between East Lake and West Lake Toho. They're approaching their regulation schedules. Obviously, once they get to their regulation schedule, then that water will start transitioning down to Lake Kissimmee up there in the upper left-hand side. See a small tick up in Kissimmee stages due to that direct rainfall just in and around Lake Kissimmee, Cypress, and Hatchnahaw. But for the most part, it's been relatively steady throughout this dry, wet season. That's also in part attributed to we continue to release water out of Lake Kissimmee down the Kissimmee River, and Lawrence will talk about that now.
So as John mentioned, we haven't had the rainfall in the upper basin really to fill Lake Kissimmee that then spills over down to the river. So the river has about 670 CFS going down it currently. We like to maintain over 300 to keep dissolved oxygen levels comfortable for organisms that need oxygen in the water. But you notice that the floodplain is dry because it takes about 1,200 to 1,400 CFS for water to spill over the banks and start to inundate the floodplain. One thing this has been beneficial for is the Corps has been working on the S-69 Weir, which is at the bottom of the restoration project that had some damage due to Ian. Happy to say that they're in pre-final completion inspection next week. Yeah, so it's a mouthful. Looking at dissolved oxygen, which is the bottom graph, you see that the rain event that happened in June caused a decrease from which now we've rebounded. We're up at 4 milligrams per liter, almost 5, which is a very comfortable place for aquatic organisms.
So taking a look at how water has been moved around the upper portion of the system, you can see there really hasn't been all that much inflow into Lake Okeechobee itself. They're just below about 300,000 acre feet have come into Lake Okeechobee this entire water year, which started back there on May 1st. Over on the west coast, you can see just a little bit less than 600,000 acre feet have been moved towards the Caloosahatchee Estuary, with 145,000 acre feet having originated back in Lake Okeechobee. Whereas over on the east coast, there hasn't been any water. That's inclusive of Tropical Storm Debbie as it passed by just recently. The SA-80 structure did not have to open, and it was through the operations of the C-44 reservoir and pumping water into that reservoir that we were able to manage that basin runoff that occurred from the storm and not have to open up S-80. But as you heard earlier during public comments, there has been water from C-23-24 basins that have gone to the St. Lucie Estuary. In total, it's been about just less than 70,000 acre feet so far this water year, and another 33,000 acre feet from C-25 going towards the Indian River Lagoon up there by Fort Pierce. So hopefully this will be the last time that you see the graphic on the left-hand side for LORS 2008, because it still remains the official regulation schedule. But we're anticipating the record of decision for the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual to be signed here shortly. So more than likely next month, you will only see the graphic that is on the right-hand side of the screen. So again, this is the conditional position analysis, and just give you a feel for how LOSUM would perform given this sort of forecast going from wet to neutral into the drier months through the drier season. Just that 50th percentile line, that red line kind of traces through the middle of zone D, kind of barely is touching the 15-foot range, and then by the end of the dry season, maybe down around the 13-foot range. According to
You see that for this water year so far, or this calendar year, we had a really good recession going on the lake. We had that large rain event in June where we got a uptick in stage here, and then over the past month or so, it's pretty much flatlined. This latest rain event has caused another uptick. But you see that whole time we've been above the ecological envelope. And if you look at that in relation to the recovery envelope for SAV, you know, we're above that as well. But you look over at the lake itself and the graphics with the water depth maps, the shoreline, the marsh itself that red is pretty dry. So under these conditions, usually it's about 12 feet and above that the marsh is inundated. We're at 13.8 right now, so it's starting to inundate more as stage increases. Looking at inflows, I think really over the week of July 29th to the 4th, the big take-home message here is the rain event that has caused, we have doubled the amount of rainfall coming in than evapotranspiration out. So when we're in May, usually we have so much evaporation, that's taking water off the lake as it is. But we have a lot of inflow coming in just from rain itself, with not a lot of ability to get water out on the Caloosahatchee side, where we are recommending up to 2,000, but when I get to that part, you'll see that the basin is just so large that the rainfall that they have gotten, that is pretty much taken away. Looking at cyanobacterial bloom potential and intensity on the lake, the upper two graphs, this is June and July of last year. And you see that it's a little hotter colors, meaning there was a greater incidence of bloom occurring on the lake last year than this year. If we look at this top graph, I think it's really important. This line right here is 25 degrees. And above 25 degrees is where blue-green algae, especially microcystis, really likes to come on and start to grow faster. So we get to that point in the year where that temperature is reached, it does really well. Now we have 30 degrees up at the top. The lake has been very warm. Above 30 degrees, the other blue-green algae species start to be negatively impacted. They don't grow as fast. Microcystis really doesn't care. So, you know, it has a competitive advantage when it gets higher. So microcystis is the one that we are concerned about producing microcystin, the toxin. So as we're seeing here with this decline in temperature below this level, something that I'll show you through this data and the next data is we're starting to see a shift in community structure already. So if we look at in beginning of the month in July, this is July 7th over here is what bloom conditions looked like on the lake. And from our sampling, you'll see in this column over here, if we're above 40 micrograms per liter, we say that's a bloom condition. So bloom conditions definitely correlate to what we see on the map. We also see that microcystis is really dominating many of the sites. And when microcystis is there, it can produce microcystin. This is the toxin that's being produced. And if it is above 8 is the EPA's standard for being able to use that water safely. So we had under this condition at the beginning, we had 8 sites of the 32 that had microcystin levels above 8 micrograms per liter. But we go to 2 weeks later, we don't have all of the data in yet on the chlorophyll, but we do have the toxins and we have the dominant taxa. And you're starting to see microcystis fall out and it becoming more of a mixed community. I think that's because temperatures have come back down to where microcystin doesn't outcompete everybody above 30. And we're seeing a reduction in microcystin as well, with only 2 sites of the data that we have back with that toxin available. So that's a good trend as we're moving forward through the summer. And if we look at what are the primary drivers of algae being able to be produced in the lake, turbidity down on the bottom is a real big deal. So as turbidity levels decrease, the water becomes more clear. It's easier for blue-green algae to photosynthesize. And so as turbidity comes down, we see this increase in chlorophyll, which is actually blue-green algae, and we see that it is actually using up the energy source dissolved in organic nitrogen. So that's a good thing as we look at this trend. We see, you know, from where we are this time of year to where we were in past years, within both the pelagic and within the nearshore region, we are at this point where we are using up the inorganic nitrogen that's in the system, because blue-green algae has been blooming, and it's about the same time as last year, but it's earlier than years previous. So hopefully that's a trend that says, hey, we did have a lot of dissolved inorganic nitrogen in the system. The algae has bloomed, but is starting to use that source up, so hopefully blooms won't be as intense as we continue through the rest of the summer. This is a project I think very much intrigues Ms. Roman. We have put out turbidity curtains on Lake Okeechobee. And what these are, you'll notice that this says example deployment up here because we don't have mountains along the side of the lake. but wouldn't it be pretty? So what we're doing is we're taking these turbidity curtains and we stretch them out along the shoreline where SAV would grow. They're about 700 yards long. And what we're trying to do is take wave energy that comes in against this part of where SAV is supposed to grow and have an area behind it that has less wave energy. And the idea is for these turbid waters that are out here that doesn't allow light to penetrate for photosynthesis to clear up on the inside so that we can actually have plants grow. So when we're talking about turbidity, turbidity is a measure of water clarity. Lake Okeechobee is not a spring-fed system, so it doesn't look like this. It already has tannins in it, which makes it a darker color that light has to pass through. But really, turbidity is for Lake Okeechobee are the suspended solids that are in the water. We know during the winter time, Lake Okeechobee, for its size, 35 square mile lake, is only on average 8 feet deep. So you imagine you get the winds that come across this lake during the winter months. It really suspends those bottom sediments up into it. And as it moves into this nearshore area, if it can't fall out, that is going to preclude the ability of sunlight to reach for photosynthesis. So this is a very, very kind of dramatic diagram, but it gets the point across. When you have clear water, over here, really no matter what the depth is, it's very easy for sunlight energy to penetrate into the water so you can have photosynthesis at any depth. When we have very turbid water, when light energy is hitting in here, it's either absorbed or it's refracted so that it can't make it to the bottom. And when that happens, that impedes the ability of vegetation to grow. So the whole premise of this pilot project is to see, until we get to SERP, where we can stay in the ecological envelope longer, during periods of high water, can we do projects that help these turbid areas have the turbidity drop out so they're clearer so that light can penetrate and we can jumpstart SAV growth during this interim period. So this is a really interesting project we're going to be running for about a year. We're planting plants both on the inside and the outside of these turbidity curtains, also in areas next to it that don't have them, running a whole series of paired studies to see what these impacts are and if this is a viable way to help SAV growth during periods of high water.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Lawrence, how deep is that curtain, or is it just on the surface of the
It extends from the bottom to the top to bottom.
Okay, so all the way through the water column?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Going over to the St. Lucie and looking at what's happening there, you notice that since the end of April, we haven't had any flow from Lake Okeechobee. That's the dark blue. It's all been basin or tidal basin or C23, 24, 25 water entering. We have a setup within the estuary itself of going from fresh into the more intermediate or brackish area, and then as we get to the ocean, it gets saltier. So when we're looking at conditions that are most available and best for adult oysters, we're looking here at this bridge, and this is the Rio site that we look at to see what's happening with oysters. And we see currently we're on the downtrend, but we are in the beneficial range or the optimal range between 10 and 25 salinity for adult oysters. And for spat itself, we're seeing we've had our peak kind of this year already. This side usually only has a unimodal peak. It's just one side, where it's usually more greater in the beginning of the season than at the end of the season. And I'll show you a difference when we get over to the Caloosahatchee for what's happening there. In the St. Lucie, I bring these data to you every couple of months. We do have a zooplankton monitoring study. We're in our second year, so we're finally getting year 2 data to have comparative analyses for. And so we have different sites in the South Fork, down here, the North Fork, and within the mid-estuary all the way out to almost the inlet. And this over here looks and says, okay, what different components of the zooplankton are there? Orange are crab larvae, and that's what is being dominated by almost entirely. This one is pretty interesting. These are cnidarians. Cnidarians are sea anemones, corals, jellyfish, and the things that we're seeing most prevalent in this, which is this site up here, are ctenophores or comb jellies. If you've ever looked in the water and seen they're little, about this big, and they have looks like railroad tracks on the side, and they bioluminesce down the side of them. They're cool little organisms, but that's what's dominating that part. But we don't really have, with only 14 months of data, we don't have trends to show yet, but this is really important as we move forward in understanding what the zooplankton community is doing, what that dynamic is, and what are salinity conditions, because those are impacted by operations. So we'll be able to say, a couple years down the road, well, we think this operation will be best because this is the base of the food web, and if we can make some type of operational decision, we can have data here from science to help support that. Going over to the Caloosahatchee side, you see that there has been a lot of basin inflow and very limited outflow from the lake because of all of the basin inflow. The salinity gradient is set up right now is really a wet season gradient because it extends past Fort Myers all the way down into Cape Coral. That is fresh. And so when we look at salinity conditions, we see that further down the way here is where we're in the optimal zone for adult oysters. And looking at oyster recruitment for spat, this is pretty incredible. If we look down at this site right here, which is Shell Point, and this orange is where oyster reefs are. So Cape Coral is lower, but it's up here. Remember, it was in the fresh water in that last slide. So conditions here aren't always the best for oysters, but down here in the oyster region, it's going gangbusters this year. Salinity has been in the right zone for the whole season, and they're doing really well.
So looking south of the lake at the stormwater treatment areas, you can see so far, just since May 1st in this water year, the STAs have received just a little bit less than 500,000 acre-feet of water have been processed through and treated by the stormwater treatment areas. Obviously, the majority of that, actually pretty much all of that, has been attributed to that June rainfall that we experienced back in the month of June. And how are they performing, Lawrence?
So we look at performance for the STAs currently. As John mentioned, he said how much we got from has passed through, which is 463,000 acre feet, with 68,000 coming from Lake Okeechobee. We look over here at performance, and these are numbers that currently they don't look promising. You know, you look at these and you're like, wow, these are numbers that typically we're used to seeing around 20. Here in our best performer, we're used to seeing, 13, 14. But you look at the concentrations that were coming in. And what I wanted to do to show you something is to show you, we look at water year to date. So from the beginning of May until now are the numbers that I just showed you on that graph. Here's the high inflow concentrations. Here are the higher outflow concentrations than we would like to see. We also look at data for 28 days, basically a month. We look at data for 7 days. And look at the difference in the concentrations from, if you take that rain event in June, down here are the period of record concentrations coming in is this line here. And this June event, look how high it is above that period of record. Same thing over here. Look how high that it's an anomalous feature in every STA that the concentrations that were brought in during that June rain event were something that we typically do not see and is much higher than the period of record. So those concentrations are still maintained in this water year to date. But if you look down at the 7-day, we're getting 24, 19, 23, 14, 29. So we've trended way down once we get past those numbers from that really large event. So the STAs are functioning well. They're recuperating from that large influx of nutrient from the very large storm event, and they're starting to perform the way we like to see them perform. So as you look across the STAs, most of them are above their water depth that we prefer, but they're operating well, and all of the flowways are online except for the central flowway over here in STA 1 East, where we have some construction activities going on.
So continuing on down the system, looking how water has moved around, you can see roughly the inflows to water conservation areas have been on the order of just over 600,000 acre feet so far this water year. That's from all three sides, from the north, the west, and from the east. Into Everglades National Park, you're just under 400,000 acre feet. We are in that period of time where all of the structures on the southern end of the system are open and moving water. And for the coastal areas along the lower east coast, just over 850,000 acre feet have been moved off the coastal areas, the urban areas to the intercoastal waterway. And a little bit more than, I think it's 2/3, around 500,000 acre feet have been towards Biscayne Bay itself. So how have the water conservation areas responded to the rains? Up there in the upper right-hand corner, you can see Conservation Area 1. With those June rains, you can see the big jump got above schedule. The Corps implemented operations to get a control on that increase in stage. And since then, it's pretty much flatlined out, and they've been managing Area 1 such that it rides horizontally or parallel to the regulation schedule and should be intersecting the regulation schedule here shortly as the schedule climbs during the latter parts of the year to try to get up to that winter pool. We had been and continue to move water out of Area 1 down the Hillsborough Canal through the S39 structure located right about there, and moving that water to tide so as not to further promote that water down into Area 2, because when you look down at the graphic on the right-hand side, Area 2 has been above schedule for quite some time. Right there's those June rainfall that brought it way up, and the Corps has implemented operations to move that water into Area 3, and those operations are continuing at this time. At the same time, as best we can, we're trying to move some of that water also to tide through the S38 structure. Right about here through the middle, and also down the North New River going this way. But those, I've said several times in the past, those are more opportunistic operations given whatever rainfall occurs in the urban areas along the lower East Coast. Moving over to Area 3, you can see a similar sort of trend. You had those big rains in June that filled it up. from direct rainfall and then the subsequent inflows. It's been slightly declining, I would say, since that event. But then when Debbie passed by, she dumped a bunch of direct rainfall in the conservation area itself, and that's what that little uptick is. However, I'm optimistic that as we look forward in time here for Area 3, you'll see that trend start to reverse itself, and it'll start coming back down to schedule. Hopefully within the next 30 to 45 days, we can get it back under control and get it back below its regulation schedule, especially as we go from those wetter months or that wetter forecast into the more neutral months out here. All that, of course, goes without saying. All bets are off if another tropical wave comes across Florida, which there's one out there that we're watching.
Looking at Biscayne Bay salinity conditions, yeah, you can see with the high June rains caused a concurrent decrease, dramatic decrease in salinity. It's been inching back up since those rains have kind of diminished a bit, but Biscayne Bay is looking really good currently from a salinity standpoint. And then coming into Everglades water depths, John goes through them, but you get to see from the depth tool, what we're actually seeing out there. So you're seeing that from the end of, or this is July to the beginning of August, we're starting to get a little shallower at the top in all three of the water conservation areas. And you come down into the Everglades National Park, and connectivity for Lossman Slough, for Shark River Slough, and down in Taylor Slough are pretty incredible right now. This is interesting, and there's always something that, is the water right for one specific aspect of the ecology? And looking at the Alley North colony, which is in water conservation area 3, it's right up in here, about right here. So this area is the largest single colony for white ibis, and can have up to 40 to 50,000 nests in it on a given year, on a very good year. But we found that if water stage of depth is not at 11.5 at the beginning of October, then we don't meet the target of being at about 9.5 in the middle of March when nesting occurs. So right now we're a little low, but that's just something that could happen. We don't have to have a banner year of nesting at this colony every year, but it is a big producer when conditions are appropriate. And then ending down in Florida Bay, Florida Bay salinities, we've talked about the interquartile range. This blue brick road that if we're within that, we're doing pretty well. The red is hypersalinity conditions, and then we have these dotted lines down here now, which are more historic conditions that represent a restoration target. So we see currently within the Eastern Bay and the Western Bay, we are just at or below that historic limit, and we are down here in the Western Bay. Salinities were starting to increase, and the rains that were brought from Debbie put us back into that interquartile range. So we have a good salinity set up throughout Florida Bay currently.
So looking at the future in the Climate Prediction Center, you can see right now for the month of August, they're still showing the above average rainfall. And then when you transition through the rest of the wet season to October, also that above average rainfall. But then there's the transition into the drier season, you get the neutral conditions, and it's still reflecting a La Nina type drier condition below average out into the middle or the heart of the dry season. As I mentioned a minute ago, there is a wave that's working its way across the Atlantic right now, and it shows some potential for development right around the same area that Debbie spun up when that storm started. So we'll keep an eye on it and see if it curves off, hopefully way to the east and not going around the west side, but stays over in the Atlantic. But we'll keep an eye on that. In the near term, we've got some decent rains, or the typical wet season rains over South Florida for the next couple days. that should not pose a threat or a problem to any of our areas. So a couple months back, you might recall that I informed the board of the failure of the discharge pipes for the 332C pump station. So for the last 6 months, the construction crew has been out repairing those pipes, digging them up, replacing them, and putting in an unlined channel. You can see the remnant pipe there at the end of the flowway. So they've been hard at work. We just started the pump station up, thankfully, 2 days before we started receiving the impacts of Tropical Storm Debbie. So it was online and it was operational during the event. Thankfully, though, that most of those rains were over on the western side of the state. We didn't really have to use it too much as a direct result of Tropical Storm, eventually Hurricane Debbie. But this is the work. That pump station is back in service and it's ready for flood protection in the South Dade conveyance system. As it pans up, what you see off there in the distance is the remainder of the flowway, and then way off in the distance is Everglades National Park. So just as a reminder of how that pump station operates, it pulls that water out of the C-111 canal and pushes it off to the west to create that hydrologic barrier over in the detention cells on the eastern edge of Everglades National Park. That is an attempt to hold water back in Everglades National Park by impounding it over on the eastern border. So that, like I said, that station's up and running in large part to the folks at the Okeechobee, Miami, and Homestead field stations and their hard work over the last 6 months getting that done. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll conclude by saying that the countdown to August 31st is on. And it's unfortunate that Mr. Wagner and Mr. Martinez couldn't be here to bear witness to Ms. Fincher and I sporting the orange and blue. So go Gators.
I don't know what to say. Speechless. Although congratulations to your team for getting that back up and running down there. That's being replaced, right? I know those are temporary pump stations, but they've
Yes,
been temporary
they are.
for a long time.
Well, C and its sister structure B were temporary stations that have lasted 25 plus years. We hopefully will be presenting the board with a construction contract for B by this time next year.
Great. Thanks. Does anyone have any comments or questions for John or Lawrence?
All right, without getting too deep into it.
No Gator
one quick-
stuff.
Well, no Gator stuff, but go Gators. All right, you talked about the high flow spikes coming out. Q-Bell, how does that work in? And so when you get those nutrient spikes, I'm sure the velocity increased. So does the plants, because the velocity's increased, the plants have time to take up the nutrients, or do they head on through the system?
So we get large inflows like that. If we do see very large concentrations, we can try with operations to let the STA come up if there's freeboard, to allow for those concentrations to diminish to where we can before we release out the other side. Talking about Q-Bell, it's a 3-year out of 5-year 13. 1 year, you can't go above 19. So how much year you have left to average out is important, and how well those are going to function for the end of the year and bringing those numbers down over the entirety of the year. So, it could be that if we have an anomalous year like this, it could be a year where you don't meet. But then you've got the next, 3 years that if conditions are appropriate and the STAs are functioning like we know they're going to, then, you're still within compliance. So, a big, crazy year that we don't anticipate, could take you out of compliance, but remember, it's a 5-year evaluation.
Okay, thank you.
A follow up on that a little bit. So you get a big surge, I guess, in June, and so your inflows go way up. So you expect your outflows to go up because there's clearly a correlation there. The SDAs can only do so much. What can you do to keep those inflows from peaking like that?
Well, if depends on what the conditions and stages are in the FEB. If we have availability to put water into the FEB, we're going to put it there first.
Okay.
So we're going to put it there so that we can bleed it to the STAs. If not, then we look to John's operations staff on how we can best make our course through that event.
Okay. Bergeron?
What is the nutrient level inflows into these STAs what level can we handle to hit the Q valve? Because the inflows have a lot to do with what's coming out the outflow.
They do. The range really where they perform best is about 80 to 150. The STAs do a good job when inflows, concentrations are there. It gets a little more difficult when they get higher than that, and that's what we saw in this storm event.
Do we see a trend that the inflows are above 150 or higher?
No, actually, the trend is on a downward over time.
That's good.
Yes, sir.
I have another question down at the Tamiami Trail. We've got all the gates open July 15th, which is moving a substantial amount of water south, naturally by gravity. How are we coming on the remodeling of the Tamiami Trail west of the L28? Maybe Colonel Reynolds can give us a little update to let water flow under the trail, under Loop Road, where we don't have a cumulative backup in the Central or the Big Cypress. How are we coming on that?
Yeah, we're coming along really well. Those culverts are in design, and we're doing it in sort of a tiered fashion so that we make sure that as we have those designs ready, we'll go to construction sequentially. And so we're working on all three of those areas, US 41 as well as 11 Mile Road and Loop Road. And so we're designing those south to north.
And that's over what, 20, 30 mile stretch or?
For US 41?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's 18 miles or so is the design area that's included in the WIRP.
Now the existing
rest of US 41, we are in discussions with DOT, and as they move forward with their resiliency plans for all of US 41, we're continuing to engage with them so that as we progress across the interagency with those efforts, that we're thinking about those things and making sure that the changes to the road incorporate hydrologic improvement as well.
Now, would that be constructed by DOT, or would that be a project of Western Everglades?
So west of Western Everglades will be a separate project, either through resiliency, and we've also been asked by the governor's office to look at some early locations that we can get some benefits, and so that has just started, and we're working with DOT. We don't know yet if we would build it or if they would build it, but we're looking into that.
And also on Loop Road, that's not DOT.
No, that's us. The parts that are Western Everglades, all the modeling was completed in-house and has already been completed. We've already done the survey and geotech, and we have executed all the design contracts for all of those pieces. So the US 41, the Loop Road, 11 Mile Road, et cetera, all of that's in design.
So do we have any estimated time frame on when we would have design completed, permitted, able to move water south across that 18 or 20 mile stretch of Tamiami Trail and Loop Road?
So the components of WIRP, the Region 4, that's in design, and that would take about 2 to 2.5 years, and then into construction probably 2.5 to 3 years on top of that. So it is down the road. but we're in design, moving as fast as we can.
Well,
Th-
that'll be a great day.
They'll move out in different pieces. It won't all happen at the same time. So anything that we can move faster will get out on the street.
That's very important. Now, Drew, we've been discussing back and forth. I think we've been on Zoom meetings all the way back to a decade ago on condition based on the S12s and the 343A and B. Where are we at on being able to move water south? And one thing I want to clear up, because I think sometimes there's a misunderstanding that nobody cares about a single species or the Cape Sable sparrow, and that is not true. We do care. But if the Tamiami Trail, which was completed in 1928 and cut off the natural flow, and if the Cape Sable sparrow is nesting in an area because the natural flow was cut off, and under modified water delivery, we're 24 years in to reestablish the natural flow, not having cumulative backups in the central and the big cypress north of the trail, moving water south, stopping seagrass from dying in Florida Bay, 2015, 50,000 acres of seagrass dying. If U.S. Fish and Wildlife, if that's its natural area, with the natural flow, nothing needs to be done. But if it's not its natural area, we have to have a plan, because we're a year and a half maybe away from elevating the road, being able to move water south. If there's got to be captive breeding, relocation in an area that is compatible with modified water delivery. We're 24 years in on connecting, and the day we do that will be the biggest benefit we've ever seen over this past 24 years. So where are we at with U.S. Fish and Wildlife? I know we've asked them to come here and make a presentation, and the Park Service as well, in regards to a plan for the best interest of the Cape Sable sparrow, its best interest.
So I know in conversations with the Corps of Engineers and Fish and Wildlife, Larry Williams, they're still supportive, obviously, of conditions-based operations moving forward. It's just a matter of getting it right with the alternatives in the modeling. And so since I've gotten back, I have not had a recent conversation after about 2.5 weeks. What we have talked to is trying to get all the agencies together in a public workshop hosted by us and the Miccosukee tribe. So we're in conversations with them to try to get folks together so that we can all have a productive conversations on how we protect the sparrow, but also protect the rest of the ecosystem at the same time. I mean, how are we going to make this all work together? We have obviously, us and FWC have made it clear that we're here to help with any kind of captive breeding program, anything that'll help prolong and maintain the sparrow, while we at the same time try to get these natural flows and natural ecosystem restoration benefits. So the process is not going as fast as we'd like, with respect to the deviation, but it is a core process. So we're hoping with the tribe and the district is, pull together this public, engagement with all the agencies and have a productive conversation, maybe come up with some good solutions in September. That's what we're working on doing.
Okay, the sooner the better.
Absolutely.
Because we've come a long way. We've built 3.6 miles of bridges. We got 6 additional bridges going in as we speak. We're raising the Tamiami Trail. we've come a long way. And I think it's important that the day we can naturally flow water, naturally, by gravity, it'll be a big, the biggest benefit we've ever gotten over 24 years to minimize the damages to the Miccosukee and all the wildlife that's drowned in the Central Everglades, the cumulative backup of water in the system, less water going out the Caloosahatchee, the St. Lucie, the Indian River Lagoon, move water south. We all have to work together, federal and state, for the best interest of any single species. And there's single species endangered on both sides of the road. Both sides. But what we have to do what's best for the Cape Sable sparrow. Everybody cares about every single species, but we don't want to hold up implementing modified water delivery. The other thing I'd like to bring up is to highly prioritize with the task force the Blue Shanty, which is the last part of the Tamiami Trail that moves water south. I would like to see us push that project, extremely important, because everything north of the Tamiami Trail, which are great projects, the EAA, all of these projects to move water south, if we don't finish up the Tamiami Trail, it's not moving south. So I'd like to see us at the next task force meeting try to get some attention on that project that will benefit the whole global system. And so we'll continue to move forward. I've had conversations with the governor's chief of staff and deputy chief of staff over environmental and transportation on lighting a fire with DOT to accelerate as much as they can to get the project finished so we can move more water south. And I'll be getting with you that personally, Drew, as we put some pressure in that particular area. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. And we'll move on now to staff reports. Ms. Heater.
Good afternoon. The monthly financial report that I'd like to report on today is through the month of June. Thus far, we've collected $923 million in revenue, and we've expended $719 million. This time last year, just to give you a little reference, this time last year, we had collected $724 million, so we're $199 million greater this year, and last year we had spent $657 million, so we're $62 million greater compared to last year. The $923 million comprises of $534 million from intergovernmental. This time last year we were at $378 million, so it's $156 million more in intergovernmental revenue that we've collected, which is your main increase. And that is mostly made up for Everglades restoration reimbursements. Our taxes also are at $339 million. We've collected $187 million from May to June, so over a month we collected $187 million, of which $175 million was through the intergovernmental reimbursements from DEP. Ad valorem taxes were at 99.5%, and we are on trend as of today. We've collected all of our taxes, so in your July statement you'll see that. On the expenditure side, we've expended $88 million over the previous years, over the previous month, excuse me. highlighting $50 million in restoration and $27 million in activities that support operations and maintenance of land and works. As mentioned earlier, we've expended $719 million, and we have obligated $918 million for services. We are $62 million higher in expenditures through June compared to this time last year, and we're 75% through the budget, and we are 75% obligated and expended. So we're doing well.
Thanks, Ms. Heater. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Thank you very much. We'll go now to public comment, final public comment.
We have none, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Final board comment. Mr. Bergeron?
Great meeting. Want to thank staff, want to thank all our stakeholders. And I'm honored to sit with all of you as we continue to go forward with Everglades restoration and flood protection, water supply, and a quality of life for future generations. And that's about it. Long live the Everglades.
Long live the Everglades. Thank you. Ms. Meads?
None for me.
Thank you. Colonel Roman?
Yes, one thing, Mr. Chair, earlier when I was talking about my visit to the C-43, one of the things that I came back and discussed with staff was to look at any opportunities that there might be if we want to acquire any land near the area for future projects. So they're taking a look at that with the real estate. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Butler?
Yes, I got one thing here. I forgot to mention it this morning just as a reminder, but district and EIP making good on the promise that provide semi-annual updates on the Lower Kissimmee Basin STA. And I think that meeting notice will be going out, but Wednesday, August 28th, there'll be an open house in Okeechobee at the Indian River State College, Williamson Center. 2 sessions, one from 2 to 4, the other from 5:30 to 7:30. And it'll be an open house format, and staff will be on hand to talk about the updates to the project.
Great. Thanks. Mr. Steinley, if you're there.
Mr. Chair, thanks.
Yes.
Yeah, just quickly, I just wanted to say I'm very proud of the work that staff continues to do, especially as it relates to the 2 discussion items today. I didn't get a chance to participate too much in the discussion, but what was clear to me is that staff has made a huge effort to work with all stakeholders, to listen to concerns, to work out solutions, provide protections, and it just seems like a model of government, a model of how government agencies should be run. So I appreciate all the work that everybody has done there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steinley. I absolutely agree with you. It's great work by staff. It was a good meeting today. I appreciate it. Our next meeting, September 12th. It's also a budget meeting, I believe, in the afternoon. Is that correct? 5:15?
Correct. There is a budget meeting at 5:15.
I never forget a budget meeting. We are adjourned.